Chapter 131. Can Sword Venerable Fu Dao withstand Mahayana power? Along with the mysterious voice echoing between heaven and earth, the azure door boomed open, and a giant hand stretched out, grabbing the escaping great cultivator of the void crossing realm from a distance. The great cultivator of the void crossing realm was almost scared to death. He struggled desperately, but could not break free. He even tried to let his primordial spirit emerge from his body, but found in despair that his primordial spirit couldn't leave. Who are you? The great cultivator of the void crossing realm shouted in fear. The mysterious giant hand suddenly squeezed, crushing him into a mist of blood. His primordial spirit and golden core were completely annihilated, no longer existing. The other cultivators in the divinity transformation realm fled in panic, but the mysterious giant hand did not strike again and just slowly withdrew into the azure door. Under the night sky, the wind was still raging. Sage Xian Miao's aura began to dissipate, and the azure door above his head vanished along with it. Puffed. Sage Xian Miao spat out a mouthful of reversed blood, and his entire state rapidly became lethargic. He continued to cultivate energy to regulate his breath. Far away in the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion, Guan played with his teacup, his face showing a look of curiosity. The mysterious giant hand just now was definitely of the Mystic Heart realm and above the 5th layer. No wonder Sage Xian Miao dared to come alone to the Golden List Conference. He had a method to summon help. Guan was very interested in this divine skill. This divine skill was not only imposing, but also protected the younger generation. Even he, this Sword Venerable Fu Dao, was tempted. At the same time, he was also full of curiosity about the Three Pure Ones Mountain. The Three Pure Ones Mountain actually hid a great power above the 5th layer of the Mystic Heart realm. Although it was not in the Mahayana realm, it was enough to surprise Guan. The land of the 9 dynasties certainly hid countless talents. No wonder the ephemera sect previously only dared to wreak havoc in the Taizong dynasty instead of sweeping across the 9 dynasties directly. Guan heard from Elon that the disciple count of the Three Pure Ones Mountain was not high, barely over 1,000 people, yet such a small number was enough to make it the first sect of the Enchanting dynasty, which showed how many great cultivators were in the Three Pure Ones Mountain. The Enchanting dynasty was also not simple. The dynasty was named Enchanting because the previous Tiantang dynasty once nearly unified the land of the 9 dynasties. Later, the emperor committed deeds that enraged both heaven and humans, causing heaven to send down a great rain that flooded the entire dynasty, leading to a power shift within the dynasty. The Enchanting dynasty had the most lakes, and the majority of its cities and sects were on islands. Although the great rain drowned an entire dynasty, it also caused the spiritual energy of the Enchanting dynasty to surge, being shrouded in spirit mist all year round. Among the 9 dynasties, the Enchanting dynasty was the most mysterious and had the most legends. Many people believe that immortals were hidden among the islands of the Enchanting dynasty. Guan retracted his gaze. Although he was very interested in Sage Xian Miao's divine skill, he was too lazy to make acquaintances or stir up trouble. Only being superior to the opponent by 1 major realm prevented Guan from being complacent. Be cautious in development. Don't be reckless. 1,000 years later, how many levels above the 9 dynasties would he be? He was looking forward to it. Dark clouds covered the sky. On the ground, mountains undulated, and each piece of forest seemed like a gathering of demons and ghosts. A gigantic palace nestled between 2 mountains, with red pillars and bloody eaves, appeared so terrifying. Inside the grand hall, a group of black-robed individuals knelt on the ground. Some were humans, some demons, and some soul bodies. The man kneeling at the front wore a mask, making it impossible to see his true face. He said, "Sect Hierarch, the combined forces of the 9 dynasties have entered the 9 Nether Road, affecting our grand plan. Should we retreat or continue to lie low?" His voice was hoarse, and as he spoke, ghostly air exuded from under his mask. On the steps in front of him stood a burly figure draped in a large black robe, with a blood dragon coiled on the robe, baring its fangs and claws, as if ready to leap out at any moment. His white hair gently swayed, and he wore a crown of bones, with two slender, extremely sharp horns that glinted coldly atop it. He was the sect hierarch of the main lineage of the Ephemerous sect, named Butcher Immortal Jing. Butcher Immortal Jing slowly turned around, revealing a pale and indifferent face. His pupils were blood red, and there were two evil ghosts marked on his forehead. The two evil ghosts shared one body, which was pitch black and had sharp claws, making people shiver. The Nine Dynasties laughable. They actually dared to step into the Nine Nether Road. They are courting death. Butcher Immortal Jing said coldly, a gust of cold wind blowing into the hall, causing the robes of all the followers to flutter. A black-robed follower with a white tiger head spoke. Each of the Nine Dynasties has great cultivators in the mystic heart realm, and the supreme sect Sword Venerable Fudao is even more unfathomable. It's unlikely we can annex the Nine Dynasties before the demon catastrophe. Another soul body in black robes followed up. Our sect's Golden Spirit Venerable and Knight Cultivator Fairy both died at the hands of Sword Venerable Fudao. He is the biggest obstacle to our annexation of the Nine Dynasties. His cultivation is at least above the 5th layer of the mystic heart realm, and it's very likely he has reached the 8th floor. Rumble. The deep sound of thunder came from outside the hall, as if some fierce beast was roaring. Humph! Mystic heart realm 8th floor? Then tell me, can Sword Venerable Fudao withstand the Mahayana power? Butcher Immortal Jing said contemptuously, his white hair fluttering, and the blood light in his eyes flashed fiercely. Mahayana power. The masked man at the front responded, there has been no Mahayana heavenly tribulation in the land of the Nine Dynasties for nearly 10,000 years. Naturally, he is not your opponent. But if you take action, will it affect your healing? Who asked you all to be so incompetent? Prepare to gather the followers. Once they are assembled, follow me to sweep across the land of the Nine Dynasties, and remember to bring the origin tree of ephemera. Butcher Immortal Jing said expressionlessly. These words caused an uproar in the hall. Sect hierarch, you wouldn't intend to directly. The masked man's hoarse voice revealed a nervous emotion. My decision is made. You may leave. Butcher Immortal Jing waved his sleeve and walked into the darkness. The followers of the ephemerous sect in the hall looked at each other. It was another night. Guin once again arrived at the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. It had already been half a month since his last visit. He first picked medicinal herbs, then planted seeds. After doing all this, as usual, he didn't leave in a hurry but planned to stay alone here for half the night, enjoying the tranquility. He walked to the old tree next to the wooden house and jumped onto the hammock he wove half a month ago. He twisted his body and chose a comfortable position to lie down. Comfortable. Guin revealed a satisfied smile, took out a travelogue, and started browsing. Recently, he had gone to the intersect and bought many travelogues, one to pass the time, and two to see if there were any places better suited for breakthroughs than the North Sea Mountain. The cave mansion was quiet, and from time to time, fish sprang out of the underground lake, with their movements echoing in the cave mansion, creating a unique atmosphere. He read until the latter half of the night before putting the travelogue down and spreading out his divine sense to see if there was any movement in the North Sea Mountain tonight. Every time he came, he would overlook the North Sea Mountain, which had become a habit. Soon, Guin was attracted by Sage Xian Miao. This guy still hadn't left. He saw Sage Xian Miao building a simple monastery in a deep mountain, inside which, besides Sage Xian Miao, there was also a young boy. What was he doing? Guin looked carefully and saw Sage Xian Miao meditating in front of a large cauldron, with wisps of green smoke rising from the top of his head. And that boy was practicing in the nearby hut. The boy was actually a demon, with a foxtail growing. Interesting. Guin watched for a while, and then retracted his gaze. When dawn was about to break, Guin returned to Mystic Valley. In the blink of an eye, half a year quickly passed. At the end of summer, after a heavy rain, Mystic Valley was very muggy. On this morning, Leah came to visit Guin once again entering through the window. Guin had to cooperate with him to pretend to be startled. Look at your timid look. You are at least in the top 500 on the golden list. Leah snorted softly after landing. Guin got up to greet him and said, my being in the top 500 was just luck. You could have made it in the top 10, but unfortunately, you met Hao in advance. Upon hearing this, Lia's mouth twitched. He suspected Gu and was deliberately pricking him, but seeing Gu An's expression of regret, it was hard to retort. Little did he know, Gu did it on purpose. He stepped on my window sill again. Leah walked to the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He said, I am leaving. Where to? How long? Guin asked casually, then walked to the tea set and started brewing tea. Leah replied, Father Emperor wants me to go to 3 Pure Ones Mountain in the Chuntang dynasty for training. It will probably take decades to return. Again, the 3 Pure Ones Mountain. What kind of close relationship did Li Xiandao have with 3 Pure Ones Mountain? They even sent 2 people. Guin couldn't help but say, then it's definitely worth going. After all, the disciple of the 3 Pure Ones Mountain earned the 2nd place on the golden list. Sage Xian Miao is indeed formidable. Even if I fought him, I might not be his match. Li agreed. In the golden list conference, Sage Xian Miao was the only one who could withstand a 30-minute fight against Hao. Guin came to the desk with the brewed tea and said, when you go to 3 Pure Ones Mountain, you must practice diligently. Don't meddle in too many affairs and end up injured. Cough, cough, apart from being injured by Hao, I really haven't been injured over the years. Really? Would I lie to you? The two began to chat casually, sometimes talking about Mystic Valley, sometimes about the golden list. It wasn't until noon that Leah stood up and said, I should be leaving. Junior Brother Gu, I hope that when I come back, your cultivation will improve. Entering the top 500 on the golden list is not just luck. I believe you already have your own opportunities, but don't waste the years and strive to catch up with Senior Brother Me as soon as possible. After saying that, Leah quickly walked to the window, jumped out, and left another footprint on the windowsill. Definitely on purpose. Guin was helpless. Leah usually seemed very serious. Why did he always play childish tricks on him? He looked out the window, his eyes becoming profound. Li Xiandao, sending Leah away at this time. Could there be other reasons? And the soul body within Leah, why had it become so weak? It seemed like it could dissipate at any moment. Guin shook his head, unable to figure it out. He decided not to bother thinking about it. Until nightfall, Guin once again arrived at the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. As he was about to pick medicinal herbs, he couldn't help but frown. Why was Sage Xian Miao around? The monastery of Sage Xian Miao was 8,000 miles away from here. Coming here could not be a coincidence. At the same time, in the forest 10 miles away, Sage Xian Miao held a compass in his hand, advancing while muttering to himself, it should be around here. I don't know what kind of blessing it is. Chapter 132 Mountain God, Ill-Fated Relationship. Guin heard Sage Xian Miao's muttering, which left him silent. Did he come seeking fortune and find my home? His gaze fell on the compass in Sage Xian Miao's hand, curious about what kind of treasure could locate fortune, far surpassing his white spirit rat. Since the appearance of the mystic pure tree, the white spirit rat had been napping all day, no longer venturing out to search for treasures, essentially becoming useless. The forest in the deep night was eerie and quiet, with a faint mist swirling among the woods. Although Sage Xian Miao could see the shadows of ghosts drifting by, he remained unmoved. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew from the front, causing Sage Xian Miao's robes to flutter, making him squint. The land of the mountain god. Mortals are forbidden to enter. A mysterious and ethereal voice emerged, causing Sage Xian Miao to halt his steps. He looked around, unable to detect the speaker's presence, not even with his divine sense. Sage Xian Miao was certain he hadn't misheard, so he cupped his hands and said, This humble Taoist hails from 3 Pure Ones Mountain of the Chuntang dynasty, a sole disciple of the Taiching lineage, Li Xuan Miao. Li Xuan Miao, Li Xiandao. Guin wouldn't believe they were unrelated even if beaten to death. The name 3 Pure Ones also made Guan think of the three pure ones in Waxia's Taoist myth from his previous life, wondering if there was any connection. It should be unrelated. Otherwise, writing Investiture of the Gods would have already caused trouble. Perhaps the Tao of the three pure ones illuminates myriad heavens, showing signs of three pure ones in both this world and the Huaxiao world. Gu An's thoughts raced, not answering immediately. Sage Xian Miao continued. This humble Taoist seeks fortune, wondering if I might have the honor of meeting the mountain god. He didn't seem to doubt Gu An's words, making Guan ponder. Could mountain gods truly exist? Making Sage Xian Miao find it unsurprising? This made Guan suddenly want to get to know Sage Xian Miao to increase his understanding of this world. Why seek the mountain god? Gu An's voice echoed again, its source still elusive. Sage Xian Miao replied, Mortal immortals and gods are elusive. If I could meet one, it would be life's fortune. Of course, this humble Taoist also has a personal desire. Meeting the mountain god pleased him greatly, more meaningful than finding a treasure. With his cultivation at the divinity transformation stage, he scanned all directions, unable to find the other party, indicating their cultivation level was vastly superior, whether or not they were a mountain god. The fact that the other party didn't attack him directly suggested they weren't a great evildoer. Whether mountain god or not, they were worth befriending. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in his face, stirring up fallen leaves, forcing Sage Xian Miao to raise his hand to shield himself. When the wind passed, Sage Xian Miao looked ahead, his pupils suddenly narrowing, face full of astonishment. Following his gaze, there stood a small white-clad figure on a large tree in front. That's right, a small figure, only 3 inches high, easily held with one hand. This figure wore white clothes and a theatrical mask, looking extremely mysterious. This white-clad figure was Guan, who used the Great and Minor Rui divine power to shrink himself. Great and Minor Rui was a divine power awakened through the primordial Rui skill. His energy concealing skill evolved from the energy nurturing skill. Sage Xian Miao immediately knelt on one knee, raising his hand in salute, saying, Li Xuan Miao pays respects to the mountain god. He could feel this wasn't an illusion. It was his first time seeing such a small person, making him instantly believe the other was a mountain god. After all, he had never seen either spell or divine power that could shrink a person, only spells that drew people into small spaces. Guan leaped on the branches, reaching the branches in to overlook Sage Xian Miao, asking, What is the treasure in your hand? He cast a lifespan detection. Sage Xian Miao, Divinity Transformation Stage, 5th level, 198/900/4500, 4,500 years as his maximum lifespan, a bit inconsistent with his performance. The legacy of 3 Pure Ones Mountain seemed strong. Sage Xian Miao hurriedly replied, This is a treasured family heirloom of my 3 Pure Ones Mountain passed down through generations. As long as I carry it, once my chi fortune connects with the treasure, it will guide me to my destined fortune, accelerating my growth process. As he said this, he smiled. Destiny led him to meet the mountain god. Guan wondered if Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion rightfully belonged to Sage Xian Miao. Very likely so. If not for his golden finger akin to a system, he wouldn't have come to the North Sea Mountains to undergo tribulation, nor would he have cracked open Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. Thus, it wouldn't naturally belong to him. Thinking this way, it seemed Guan had taken Sage Xian Miao's opportunity. Sage Xian Miao continued, Senior Mountain God, I just accepted a disciple, but he is poisoned. I can't cure him. Could you take a look? He was initially seeking fortune, but hadn't expected to encounter a mountain god. Since gods existed, they should help alleviate his worries. Guan remained silent, left hand touching his chin, right hand holding his left elbow, swaying contemplatively as he looked at Sage Xian Miao. Sage Xian Miao understood, his right hand flipping to reveal a lingji in his palm, which he offered with both hands, saying, This is a 6th grade Earth Spirit lingji. hoping the mountain god likes it. Guan lifted a hand to capture the Lingji in his grasp. This earth spirit Lingji was larger than his entire body, making him look quite comical as he held it. Sage Xian Miao didn't find it amusing. Rather, he found it endearing. The behavior and thoughts of immortals and gods shouldn't be speculated or defined by mortals. Bring your disciple here at this time tomorrow night, Guan said. Sage Xian Miao immediately expressed his gratitude. When he raised his hand again, Guan had already vanished. He smiled, getting up to leave without pressing forward, which made Guan feel satisfied. At the very least, Sage Xian Miao didn't seem like a deeply scheming or overly calculative person. When Guan had previously inspected Sage Xian Miao, he had seen his demonic disciple and identified the type of poison in him. Fortunately, he could cure it. Once Sage Xian Miao was far away, Guan returned to the 8 scenic caves to begin alchemy. He took out the ephemeral flower he had kept for a long time, placed it into the pill furnace, and then conjured Taiching true fire to ignite the dry firewood under the furnace. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could the alchemy technique of Mystic Valley also be derived from 3 Pure Ones Mountain, capable of producing Taiching true fire? Quite possible. The next night, Sage Xian Miao brought his disciple to the same misty forest. The fox demon boy was very nervous, clinging to Sage Xian Miao, eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, fearing evil spirits would appear. Sage Xian Miao raised his robe hem and knelt, making the fox demon boy kneel as well. After kneeling for a while, a gust of wind blew. A thumb-sized pill rolled to Sage Xian Miao's knees. He couldn't help but pick it up. Let your disciple take it. Guan's voice floated by, and Sage Xian Miao, without hesitation, had the fox demon boy swallow it. The pill melted instantly in the mouth. Sage Xian Miao held the fox demon boy's wrist to carefully sense, soon showing a delighted expression. He looked up and asked, "May I ask, Mountain God, what poison afflicted my disciple?" "The poison of the ephemeral flower. He must have visited the ephemeral flower's habitat and inadvertently ingested it," Guan replied from a tree branch. The fox demon boy stared wide-eyed at the tiny mountain god. Upon hearing this, Sage Xian Miao's face darkened, gritting his teeth. The ephemera sect has brought harm for millennia, its sins unforgivable. Guan squatted on the branch, observing them, and said, "Your disciple is saved. You should leave now. Remember, do not reveal my existence to anyone, or I will come for you." Sage Xian Miao raised his head, saying, "Mountain God, could you teach me the ultimate skill to become the world's strongest? I am willing to exchange everything I have." Being defeated by how had become his deep-seated issue. It was also why he hadn't returned, unable to face his peers. World's strongest. If you could become the world's strongest, you wouldn't seek me. Since you can't become the world's strongest, your everything couldn't match its value, Guan said indifferently. Sage Xian Miao looked troubled, but hope ignited in his heart. The mountain god hadn't refused him. He had only intended to probe, not expecting a real chance. Indeed, no disciple of 3 Pure Ones Mountain had ever encountered a land immortal. It showed how rare immortals and gods were. Sage Xian Miao said earnestly, "Please enlighten me, mountain god. As long as it's within my power and doesn't violate the principles of 3 Pure Ones Mountain, I will definitely comply." Guan feigned deep contemplation, arms crossed, and after a while, he suddenly said, "I have it. The divine skill you used to summon Mystic Heart Realm cultivators before, exchange it with me." Sage Xian Miao's face changed dramatically. His respect for the mountain god deepened. The mountain god could discern even his backer's realm, demonstrating the mountain god's high Tao level, and the battle had taken place far from here. Sage Xian Miao hurriedly said, "This divine skill is called Divine Reaching Mystic Gate. It can only summon others and won't harm beings. I'm willing to exchange it with you, mountain god." As he spoke, he took out a scroll from his sleeve, raising it with both hands. Guan lifted a hand, capturing the scroll. After a brief scan with his divine sense, confirming its authenticity, he waved his right hand. A book swiftly landed before Sage Xian Miao. The Nine Extremes, Yin-Yang Body. Sage Xian Miao's eyes lit up on seeing those 5 words. Guan would eventually cultivate the 9 Extremes, Yin-Yang Body, so he didn't mind teaching it. Moreover, this technique originated from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. He wanted to see how many years it would take Sage Xian Miao, with his talent, to master the 9 Extremes, Yin-Yang Body. Sage Xian Miao picked up the secret book, began reading, while Guan wasn't in a hurry, putting away the divine reaching mystic gate scroll into his storage bag. After reading for a while, Sage Xian Miao's hands trembled. He suddenly closed the book, tucked it away, and then took out wooden boxes from his storage ring, a total of 7. He said, "This ultimate skill is stronger than divine reaching mystic gate. I can't take advantage of you. These are seeds of 7th grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures, gifts from various dynasties to me. I intended to use them to enhance my cave, but now I offer them to you. Consider it." Gu An's impression of Sage Xian Miao improved. He lifted a hand, the 7 wooden boxes adhering to the tree trunk beside him, saying, "You may leave now." Sage Xian Miao immediately kowtowed, making the fox demon boy kowtow as well, and then led him away without lingering. Guan watched their departing figures, silently lamenting, what a fateful encounter. He wasn't referring to his and Sage Xian Miao's, but rather Sage Xian Miao's and the fox demon boys. He couldn't resist casting another lifespan detection. Underworld Fox Demon, Energy Cultivation Realm 4th Layer 14/999/14,000. This maximum lifespan was identical to the Underworld Demon Emperors, and both carried the name Underworld, implying a definite connection. Guan even suspected this boy might be the Underworld Demon Emperor. Chapter 133. Becoming the sect leader of the Supreme Sect. The weather was cool and refreshing, and the early autumn breeze uplifted one's mood. The Third Medicine Valley. Guan was picking medicinal herbs, while Lu Lingjun followed closely, holding a bamboo basket to receive the herbs he had bundled. "I see that you don't usually do anything significant. Why do you need my protection?" Lu Lingjun asked plaintively. An inner sect elder protecting an outer disciple? If word got out, it would bring shame to the inner sect elders of the Supreme Sect. "I usually don't trouble you much either. You enjoy the benefits of an inner sect elder and can cultivate under the mystic pure tree. Many elders envy you," Guan said carelessly, unable to suppress a smile at the corner of his mouth. Currently, they were harvesting 6th grade medicinal herbs, each of which could bring 60 to 100 years of lifespan. It's indeed satisfying to plant and harvest herbs. Killing a cultivator in the unification realm would most likely only yield a similar lifespan, but would involve grudges. Hearing Gu An's words, Lu Lingjun found them reasonable, but she still felt that her task was beneath her status, showing that LV Batian did not respect her. Lu Lingjun had already set a new goal in her heart. That was to become the supreme sect leader. Since LV Batian had bound her and Guan together, she had to establish a better relationship with Guan Gu and had many advantages, and the high-rank medicinal herbs from this valley were enough to give him considerable influence. In the future, she would protect Guan, then use his herbs to attract people, establishing a power group centered around them both, and gradually work towards her goal. Thinking of this, Lu Lingjun suddenly smiled like a blooming flower. Guan happened to catch this scene, and goosebumps immediately rose all over his body. "What kind of expression is that? Are you scheming against me?" Guan asked warily. Lu Lingjun, with a gleeful expression, said, "How could I be scheming against you? You are my valley master. Without you bridging connections, could I have today's treatment?" Cough, cough. Now I don't even limit your cultivation time under the tree. The current benefits are much better, aren't they? After all, there are few 7th grade treasure trees in the Supreme Sect. Guan gave a fake cough and continued picking herbs after speaking. Yes, you're right. Anyway, I owe you a favor. and he'll return it in the future. That's more like it. Lu Lingjun didn't disturb Gu An's work anymore. After the time of one incense stick, 30 minutes, the two returned. Along the way, Lu Lingjun asked, Valley Master, do you want to improve your cultivation level? You can make it to the golden list, which shows that your aptitude is not bad. It's just that you don't usually like to cultivate. The higher Gu An's cultivation level, the more beneficial it would be for her grand plan. Even if it's not bad, I'm definitely not a genius. I made it to the list relying on magic artifacts. Don't try to persuade me. Strenuous cultivation, even if it allows me to live for 700 or 800 years, still takes up most of my life's time on cultivation. Why not just enjoy life directly? Not cultivating is about avoiding detours. My talents are not as great as yours. Guan argued confidently, though for some reason, Lu Lingjun felt a trace of sadness. As an ascender, she had indeed seen many who spent their entire lives but could not escape destiny. How many people had cultivated arduously all their lives, only to die in tribulation, in feuds, or from inner demons? Even for herself, recalling carefully, did she have as many happy moments in her life as the person before her? At this moment, Gu An's image in Lu Lingjun's mind shifted. Although Gu An had a low cultivation level, he had a kind of broad-mindedness and life perspective that was beyond the grasp of ordinary people. Lu Lingjun caught up with Gu An's steps and asked, Valley Master, do you think I should learn from you? Learn from me? What a joke. Your realm has already proven your talent. In this world, life is about striving. Since my aptitude isn't good, I strive for the depth of life. With your outstanding talent, you should pursue the length of life. Guan said casually. He wouldn't let others follow his path, as he could see his lifespan, but others couldn't. His statement was just to hide his true strength, not to guide others. After hearing this, Lu Lingjun admired Gu An even more. The two continued chatting while heading to the pavilion area. It wasn't until the evening that Gu An arrived at the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. Half a month had passed since he exchanged divine skills with Sage Xian Miao. Gu An planted the 7 7th-grade treasures from Sage Xian Miao in the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. He wasn't afraid of this cave mansion being exposed. Even if it was he could move it. He could use the Great and Minor Rui to shrink the entire mountain and then move it. Because these 7 seeds were of high grade, he would visit every other day, afraid that they might grow askew or conflict with each other. After careful inspection, making sure there were no problems, Gu An smiled. Currently, he was harvesting lifespan all year round, so traveling back and forth wasn't tiring for him, but full of interest. When the next breakthrough came, he planned to open another cave mansion in a different place, get some people to help him manage the new mansion, while he focused on harvesting. The people managing the cave mansion needed to be able to endure loneliness, but that was a matter for the future. He walked to the wooden house, took out the Ziwei Array Chronicles and a pile of formation materials, and began trying to set up formations. The new cave mansion would definitely need many sets of formations. He had to prepare in advance. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in a hidden temple in the mountains and forests, Sage Xian Miao sat in front of a pill furnace, cultivating the 9 extremes yin-yang body. His hands constantly changed spell patterns, dark green demonic qi emanating from his body, surrounding him. Knock, knock. The door was lightly knocked. Sage Xian Miao didn't open his eyes and said, Come in. As the words fell, the door was pushed open, and a young fox demon walked in. He knelt in front of Sage Xian Miao and said softly, Master, I just had a nightmare. What kind of nightmare? I dreamt that the sky broke open. Countless demons and cultivators rushed out, slaughtering all living beings on the ground. I also saw a huge and terrifying tree with a face on it, the young fox demon replied. As he spoke, he couldn't help but tremble, unsure if it was out of fear or from the cold wind blowing in from outside. Sage Xian Miao opened his eyes. The surrounding demonic qi dissipated. He took out a compass and began to cast a spell to deduce. The young fox demon watched intently, very curious about the compass in his master's hand. The compass emitted light, small starlights rising. Sage Xian Miao raised another hand and pointed at the young fox demon's forehead. The young fox demon was immediately immobilized, his eyes wide open, glancing upward. Sage Xian Miao's finger drew out strands of light from the fox demon's forehead, then channeled them into the starlight on the compass. Boom! A wave of energy burst from the compass, followed by the starlights exploding, forming a scene, exactly the dream the young fox demon had described. In the vision, the sky was continuously torn apart. Black cracks spread over the forest. Countless demons and black-robed cultivators rushed out, sweeping everything in the forest. Wherever they went, black mist spread, all life withered, and living spirits turned into white bones. Such horrifying scenes made Sage Xian Miao frown. After watching for a while, his expression changed because he saw the North Sea. The young fox demon also looked equally frightened. Even though it was his own dream, he didn't want to recall it. After a long time, Sage Xian Miao put away the compass, walked out of the temple, came to the courtyard, and took out a piece of yellow paper, quickly writing lines of characters on it. After finishing, he folded it and burned it with his own spiritual fire. The yellow paper turned to ashes, the ashes shimmering with a faint light before quickly disappearing. The young fox demon asked from behind, "Master, what are you doing?" "I am sending a message to the sect." "Is it the Three Pure Ones mountain you often mentioned?" "That's right." "Master, when can you take me to the Three Pure Ones mountain?" "Cultivate well. Outer disciples entering the Three Pure Ones mountain need to undergo numerous tests. Your cultivation level and temperament are not enough yet." Sage Xian Miao answered casually. After thinking for a while, he gave the young fox demon a reminder, then left the temple. Moonlight filtered through the tree branches, illuminating the young fox demon. He watched the direction Sage Xian Miao left, his previously innocent face gradually becoming stern, eyes gleaming with cold light. Mountain God. In the Mystic Heaven Cave mansion, Guan put down his brush and talisman paper, his expression serious. Underworld Fox Demon has developed hostility towards you and is apprehensive of your strength. Do you want to cast lifespan detection on them? Apprehensive? What level of hostility does this constitute? Should I kill them? Thinking of the Underworld Fox Demon's maximum lifespan of 14,000 years made him uneasy. Although demons have a much longer maximum lifespan compared to humans of the same realm, anyone who lived beyond 10,000 years is a formidable great demon. Guan looked up, using his divine sense to see Sage Xian Miao approaching him. Better to meet Sage Xian Miao first. After the time of one incense stick, Sage Xian Miao arrived in the forest. He knelt on the ground and called out loudly, "Pin Dao has matters to seek audience with the mountain god." As the words fell, the mountain god appeared out of nowhere on a branch not far away, without any indication, making Sage Xian Miao secretly admire the mountain god's vast divine skills. Before Guan could speak, Sage Xian Miao took out the compass, casting spells and explaining his disciple's dream. Once the compass reenacted the dream, Sage Xian Miao continued. The North Sea appeared in the dream, which might signify a calamity for the North Sea. Guan silently thought it was troublesome. It's again the ephemera sect. The tree in the dream was the ephemera tree, indicating that the ephemera sect main lineage was preparing to launch a full-scale attack on the Nine Dynasties region. How many ephemera trees are there? Guan felt an urge to eradicate the ephemera sect completely to avoid them disrupting his farming. However, before that, Guan planned to give the Underworld Fox Demon a bit of trouble. Your disciple is not simple. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, it is hard to say. Guan said leisurely. Upon hearing this, Sage Xian Miao's expression changed dramatically. It seemed he remembered something, and cold sweat began to form on his forehead. This reaction surprised Guan. Does my word carry that much weight? Sage Xian Miao remembered what his master had said to him. Xian Miao, you will face 9 tribulations in your life. Each tribulation is a life or death situation. stemming from your interactions with the secular world. You can't avoid them. You can't escape them. Surviving the tribulations will lead to nirvana. He looked at Guin again, his eyes filled with respect. As expected of the mountain god, capable of seeing through fate and cause and effect. He took a deep breath, stood up slowly, and then bowed to Guin, saying, "Thank you for the mountain god's guidance. I will be cautious." After speaking, he turned and left. Guin tilted his head, showing a confused expression under his opera mask. Chapter 134. 9 Nether Domain. Chaos in the world. After returning to the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion, Guin lost interest in practicing formations. He began watching the scene, with his divine sense following Sage Xian Miao. When Sage Xian Miao returned to the Taoist temple, he indeed clashed with the underworld fox demon. The night sky timely poured down with heavy rain, causing the world to become noisy. In the rainy night, Sage Xian Miao held a treasure sword, questioning the underworld fox demon about its origins. The underworld fox demon was terrified and said he had been injured previously, forgetting his origins, and would have died under the claws of a demon if not for his master's rescue. Under the rainy night, the master and disciple had an intense conflict. After arguing for a while, Sage Xian Miao, muttering about breaking the tribulation, acted as if possessed and raised his sword to cut down the underworld fox demon. The underworld fox demon, frightened, fled in panic, pleading for mercy, but it did not awaken any pity in Sage Xian Miao. From Sage Xian Miao, Guin sensed a trace of demonic qi. He could not tell if this guy was inherently demonic or if it was the result of practicing the 9 extremes yin-yang body. Eventually, the underworld fox demon could no longer act and burst forth with a powerful demonic aura, simultaneously beginning to frantically absorb nature's spiritual energy, quickly coalescing into a terrifying demon shadow, invoking the impression of some summoning spell. The aura of that terrifying demon shadow rivaled the 9th layer of the Void Crossing Realm. Guin guessed that it was the underworld demon emperor. Sage Xian Miao, at the divinity transformation realm, was no match for this demon shadow. At a critical moment, he once again cast the divine-reaching Mystic Gate, summoning a great cultivator from the Mystic Heart Realm. The Mystic Heart Realm Great Cultivator immediately shattered the demon shadow with a squeeze, and the underworld fox demon took the opportunity to escape. At the crucial moment, Sage Xian Miao still relented and allowed the Mystic Heart Realm Great Cultivator to spare the underworld fox demon's life. After the divine-reaching Mystic Gate dissipated, Sage Xian Miao collapsed again, beginning to cough blood-madly. It seemed the cost of casting the divine-reaching Mystic Gate was very high. What a vivid and thrilling conflict scene. Guin's heart was filled with emotion, feeling as though he was reading a novel. The underworld fox demon harbors malice toward you, hating you to the bone. Do you wish to perform a lifespan detection on it? Here it came. Time to work. Guin got up, stretching his muscles and bones. In the mountain forest, the underworld fox demon hastily fled, looking extremely disheveled under the torrential rain. After escaping for an unknown amount of time, he stopped under a large tree, pressing against a wound on his waist. The rainwater soaked his long hair, and his face twisted with a grim expression. Mountain God! Damn it, I was so close to succeeding, the underworld fox demon muttered to himself, eyes full of killing intent. He did not believe in any mountain god. He suspected that person to be some sort of evil spirit. Regardless, whoever dared to ruin his plan to enter the Three Pure Ones mountain would face his revenge. Are you talking about me? A voice suddenly sounded in the underworld fox demon's ear, startling him. He reflexively turned his head, only to see a little figure in white with an opera mask standing on his shoulder. Before he had a chance to react, a terrifying divine sense surged into his soul. Oh, so you're here. When Guin's divine sense invaded the underworld fox demon's body, he discovered another primordial spirit hidden deep within the underworld fox demon soul. The underworld demon emperor. This guy was pretty impressive, able to escape the notice of a Mahayana cultivator. But unfortunately, he should not have harbored dark intentions. Guin began to perform the soul-capturing skill to extract the Underworld Demon Emperor's memories. The memories of the Underworld Demon Emperor were too vast. Finding it bothersome, Guin only extracted the past 100 years of memories. After a quick soul search, he finally understood the origins of the Underworld Demon Emperor. The Underworld Demon Emperor came from the Nine Nether Road, a demon who had been hunted by the Ephemera sect for years. 200 years ago, he took advantage of the Ephemera sect opening the Nine Nether Road to escape to the Nine Dynasty land. For 200 years, he wandered the world, visiting many sections. Among all, he believed the Three Pure Ones mountain to be the most formidable, with its profound Taoist sorcery and a history spanning over 10,000 years, making it the oldest sect in the Nine Dynasty land. He attempted to infiltrate it, but was discovered just as he stepped foot into the mountain gate and nearly perished, which led him to hold a grudge against the Three Pure Ones mountain. The Underworld Fox Demon was a small fox possessed by the Underworld Demon Emperor, its original soul erased. The possession technique he used was unique and hard to detect. He manifested the scene of the Ephemera sect's attack to force Sage Xian Miao to return to the Three Pure Ones mountain, avoiding lingering in the North Sea mountain. Unexpectedly, after learning about this, Sage Xian Miao went to find the mountain god. This made the Underworld Demon Emperor hostile toward the mountain god. After Sage Xian Miao returned to confront him, and after a series of battles, his hostility turned into killing intent. The whole event felt somewhat serendipitous, but since the Underworld Demon Emperor developed killing intent toward Guin could not let him live. An hour later, Guin retracted his divine sense, then used Taiching True Fire to incinerate the Underworld Fox Demon, burning him to ashes and scattering his soul, successfully gaining 93 years of lifespan. He then returned to the Supreme Sect. Back in the Mystic Valley Pavilion, Guin sat at his desk and took out pen and paper. He first wrote 3 large characters. Nine Nether Domain. Through the Underworld Demon Emperor's memories, Guin learned that the Nine Nether Road was an independent world called the Nine Nether Domain. Within the Nine Nether Domain existed demon clans, demon tribes, and ghostly spirits, constantly oppressed by the Ephemera sect. He planned to write the Nine Nether Domain into an encyclopedia and later hand it over to the Supreme Sect in another way, making it easier for the Supreme Sect to explore. Autumn leaves covered the Mystic Valley, with over 20 servant disciples sweeping the fallen leaves. Guin descended the stairs, happening to see several Supreme Sect disciples flying swiftly in the sky. He only glanced at them and then looked away, preparing to head to the Third Medicine Valley. Before reaching the transmission array platform, Guin sensed a presence, so he stopped and turned to look at the working servant disciples. 30 minutes later, Yilan flew into the Medicine Valley, pulling Guin upstairs for a conversation. After closing the door, Yilan said in a deep voice, "The Nine Nether Road is in crisis. The Ephemera sect has arrived, and a great battle is imminent. Not only the Nine Nether Road, but the Ephemera sect's demon cultivators have also appeared in various places. This time, the situation is completely different from before. The law enforcement hall must go out to protect the common people. I have to leave today." "So urgent?" Guin immediately took out a batch of healing pills and handed them to Yilan. Yilan did not refuse. Following this, she instructed, "During this period, be careful. According to our investigations, there are traitorous spies from the Ephemera sect within the Supreme Sect. This time, we face the main lineage of the Ephemera sect. They might be going all out. This could be a once-in-millennium catastrophe." "I understand. Take care, and don't let go of your white spirit sword," Guin nodded and said. Hearing this, Yilan raised her white spirit sword and said with a smile, "Good." After providing some important information, she hurriedly left. Standing before the pavilion, Guin watched her leave and had already sensed battles erupting in the distance, and in more than one place. This time, the Ephemera sect's offensive was far beyond previous ones, transitioning from defense to invasion. For the time being, Guin had no intention of intervening, letting the 9 dynasties hold them off to avoid alerting the enemy. His target was to deal with the Mahayana cultivator. Before that, Guin decided to find a place to break through. Mahayana versus Mahayana. Confidence was needed. Guin's life had too few combat experiences, while the opponent was certainly a 1,000-year-old monster. He was not adept at life-and-death struggles. He was skilled at crushing enemies. He needed to find a suitable place. It could not be the North Sea Mountain anymore. The mystic Heaven K mansion was there, and he could not damage the spiritual ecosystem. After considering, Guin headed to the Third Medicine Valley, and then to the Intersect. With the Valley Master token from the Third Medicine Valley, he could freely enter the Intersect. An hour later, Guin stepped into the Intersect city. After several months, the atmosphere in the Intersect city was very tense, with cultivators hurrying to and fro. He heard disciples around discussing the ephemera sex attack. The news had already been made public in the 4 major Intersect cities. From their discussions, Guin learned that not only was the Taitsong dynasty attacked by the ephemera sect, but the other 8 dynasties were also under attack. It was said that more than half of the second batch of disciples sent to the 9 Nether Road had died or been injured, and even an elder had perished in the 9 Nether Road. The situation sounded urgent, and even Guin felt affected. He made his way to the book collection hall and ascended to the 3rd floor, which housed various maps and records of different places. Because of the ephemera sex attack, there were few disciples in the book collection hall, and on the 3rd floor, it was just Guin and 1 managing elder. For a long time, while Guin was flipping through books, an old voice asked, "Young friend, what are you looking for?" Guin turned to see the managing elder, Su Lu, walking over. He turned and saluted Su Lu, saying, "I want to see how vast this world is." This Su Lu appeared old and feeble, but actually possessed the cultivation level of the nascent soul realm. The minimum threshold for an intersect elder was the nascent soul realm. Looking for the largest map? There's none here. Follow me, Su Lu said, gesturing for Guin to follow him. Guin was puzzled by Su Lu's actions, but followed him to see what would happen. "Earlier, you bought the Green Hero Travelogue here, right?" Su Lu casually asked. Guin replied, "Yes, Elder, what advice do you have?" "Ah, it was because of the Green Hero Travelogue that this happened," Su Lu said slowly. "Ever since a book called Supreme Secret Records spread among the people, few have come to buy the Green Hero Travelogue. This made my friend very sad. Seeing that you still fancy the Green Hero Travelogue, I will give you my treasured map of the continent. It was drawn by a supreme elder who traveled the world." Guin, hearing this, became interested and asked, "Elder, is Green Hero male or female?" "Of course a man. No woman would write that kind of book." "Is Green Hero still in the sect?" "No, only occasionally sending books back through others." Talking about this, they arrived at a door. Su Lu motioned for Guin to wait and entered the door. Before long, Su Lu returned with a large scroll and a book, handing them to Guin. "Take these back and make a copy. Next time you come, return them to me." Guin placed the scroll and book into a storage bag and then thanked Su Lu. Su Lu reminded, "With your cultivation level, you can at most travel across the 9 dynasties. Don't form your nascent soul, nor go to the demon land, and don't head south into the sea." "I understand," Guin replied. Su Lu waved his hand, indicating that Guin could leave now. Guin immediately left. As he reached the stairs, he sensed a powerful divine sense sweeping over him. There's a mystic heart realm cultivator inside the building. Could it be a supreme elder reading here? Including Xian Quan, the supreme sect already had 2 mystic heart realm cultivators. This intensified Guin's resolve to break through. Damn that ephemera sect, enticing so many old monsters back. Chapter 135 Breakthrough to the 9 Layers of Nirvana Realm. Guin did not use divine sense to probe the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators inside the book collection hall. Divine sense could not be used for lifespan detection, and using divine sense would be meaningless. If the other party practiced some kind of miracle skill and could detect higher-level spying, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Returning to the Mystic Valley, Guin went upstairs and took out the map scroll and the book given by Su Lu. The book was called The Chronicles of the World. It detailed the general situation of various places, and the information about all regions on the map could be found in this book. Guin carefully studied it, looking for a suitable place for a breakthrough. From the map, the 9 dynasties only occupied 1/10 of the continent. Outside was the land where demons roamed, various mountain ranges, and rivers with terrifying names, such as Demon Shadow Peak, Demon Bone Mountain Range, Human Head Ghost Forest, and Falling Immortal River. After much deliberation, Guin decided to go to the Demon Land for his breakthrough. The Demon Land was full of spiritual energy, and since ancient times, the Demon Land had no maritime dangers. This map was the best proof, as the Supreme Elder had traveled the entire continent. As night fell, Guin set off quietly and headed east, slightly north. Holding the map, Guin used the Limitless Freedom step to traverse quickly through the night. Soon, he left the Taitsong dynasty. In less than 20 steps, Guin crossed the 9 dynasties' land and entered the Demon Land. He felt the increase of demon energy, demonic chi, and ghostly energy in the world. In his divine senses range, there were evil presences everywhere. Looking out, the mountains and valleys were shrouded in thick mist, and those towering mountains appeared like giant demons, looming and terrifying. Guin sensed the life force. Almost all were demons. Occasionally, he could catch a glimpse of cultivators who were hiding and had set up formations to conceal themselves. A little over an hour later, Guin arrived at Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, a towering mountain range that stretched over tens of thousands of miles. According to the Chronicles of the World, in ancient times, a phoenix once descended upon this mountain and gave birth, hence the name Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Heavenly Phoenix Mountain was occupied by demons. When the author of the Chronicles of the World passed by this place, he was attacked by a great demon comparable to the Unification Realm. Perhaps the spiritual energy in Heavenly Phoenix Mountain wasn't the most abundant, but it was not a place that couldn't be visited. Guin used his divine sense to cover the entire Heavenly Phoenix Mountain and sensed 3 Unification Realm great demons. The number of demons exceeded 1,000,000, and the number of unrefined demon creatures and demons was countless. This mountain alone had so many demon creatures. No wonder it would form a tribulation of demons. Guin landed in a forest halfway up the mountain. He sat beneath a tree and directly activated the lifespan barrier. Following his gaze, the sparse forest with the demon mist billowing looked like waves under the night wind, eerie and terrifying. After watching for a while, Guin withdrew his gaze and then pulled up the attribute panel. Looking at his 38 million year lifespan, Guin felt a pang of heartache. This breakthrough, who knows how many times he would fail. It was estimated that it would cost him several years of effort. But he had no choice. Staying alive was the most important thing. First, let's use 100,000 years to calm the nerves. With a thought, Guin invested his lifespan into his cultivation level. You have invested 100,000 years of lifespan to evolve cultivation. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 4,000 years. You used your great accomplishment in primordial earth immortal skill to forcefully impact the nirvana realm and began the tribulation crossing. You did not withstand the innate 5 elements divine thunder tribulation and failed to pass the tribulation. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 8,000 years. You used your great accomplishment in primordial earth immortal skill to forcefully impact the nirvana realm and began the tribulation crossing. You did not withstand the innate 5 elements divine thunder tribulation and failed to pass the tribulation. Good grief. For 1,000 years for each tribulation crossing, no wonder the nirvana realm was the first major obstacle of the immortal path 9 tribulations. As the notifications came quickly, Guin's expression did not change. 100,000 years of lifespan went a waste. Let's do another 100,000 years. The evolution cultivation began again. Guan raised his eyebrows slightly. All failed. Try another 100,000 years. Guan refused to give up. As he started the third 100,000 years, his expression gradually turned sour. All failed. Guan's face darkened as he invested the fourth 100,000 years. The continuous failure notifications irritated his mind. Fortunately, this time it succeeded. Seeing the success notification, the gloom in his heart was swept away, and a smile appeared on his face. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 74,000 years. You used your great accomplishment in primordial earth immortal skill to forcefully impact the nirvana realm and began the tribulation crossing. You withstood the innate 5 elements divine, thunder, tribulation, and succeeded, breaking through to the first layer of the nirvana realm. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 77,000 years. Your cultivation level rose to the second layer of the nirvana realm. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 80,000 years. Your cultivation level rose to the third layer of the nirvana realm. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 83,000 years. Your cultivation level rose to the fourth layer of the nirvana realm. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 98,000 years. Your cultivation level rose to the 8th layer of the nirvana realm. Nirvana realm 8th layer. From the 7th layer to the 8th layer of the nirvana realm, it took 5,000 years of lifespan. Guan immediately invested another 4,000 years of lifespan, successfully reaching the 9th layer of the nirvana realm. There was no other way. Now Guan was used to not seeing any numbers other than 9 in minor realms. After reaching the 9th layer of the nirvana realm, he could once again accumulate his lifespan in peace. Boom! The earth spirit energy surged into Guan's body, shattering his robes instantly. He raised an eyebrow and continued to endure the violent spiritual energy body refining. Unlike previous breakthroughs, this time Guan felt pain. Nirvana was a transformation of the body and soul, so a little pain was understandable. At the same time, a flood of memories about the nirvana realm surged into his mind. As Guan began to devour nature's spiritual energy, the spiritual energy of the entire heavenly phoenix mountain started to sink. This phenomenon was so intense and sudden that all the demons were startled. Gales howled, ravaging heavenly phoenix mountain. Roars and cries echoed throughout the world, deafening and terrifying. North Sea Mountain, deep into the night. In the forest, a dozen Supreme Sect disciples sat around a campfire. Zhenxin turned her head to look at Sage Xian Miao, who was meditating under a nearby tree. She thought for a moment and then walked over. "Senior, do we really not need to set up a formation?" Zhenxin asked cautiously. They were all disciples of the law enforcement hall. While carrying out a mission on the Taizong dynasty border, they were attacked by demon cultivators from the Ephemeris sect. They were all trapped in a magic artifact and brought to the North Sea Mountain. Fortunately, Sage Xian Miao saved them. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Sage Xian Miao, with his eyes closed, calmly replied, "No need. If any Ephemeris sect demon cultivators come, I will kill them." After the underworld fox demons incident, he harbored an immense hatred for the Ephemeris sect. He believed that the underworld fox demon came from the Ephemeris sect. Otherwise, why would have taken the ephemera poison and informed him of the Ephemeris sect's imminent attack? It was clearly scheming against him. Zhenxin hesitated but held back. Wasn't he using them as bait? Though she was puzzled, she chose to remain silent. With their foundation establishment realm cultivation levels, it was difficult to survive in the North Sea Mountains. They needed Sage Xian Miao's protection. Sage Xian Miao was not from the Supreme Sect and had no obligation to protect them. At this time, she could not afford to offend him. Zhenxin returned to her previous meditation spot to continue cultivating. The other law enforcement hall disciples began whispering among themselves, discussing the Ephemeris sect. With the world in chaos, the ephemera sect's troubles this time far exceeded the past. These disciples of the law enforcement hall felt the pressure, fearing they might perish in this catastrophe. Do not worry. This area is under the protection of the mountain god. Once I recover from my injuries, I will send you back to the Taitsong dynasty. Sage Xian Miao's voice echoed, drawing the attention of all the disciples. A male disciple curiously asked, "Mountain god? What mountain god?" Sage Xian Miao replied, "Naturally, the mountain Immortal. As for its location, I will not tell you." The disciples looked at each other, thinking Sage Xian Miao was acting strange. Had he injured his head? Even Zhen Xin thought Sage Xian Miao had a problem with his mind. For a moment, the forest fell into silence. Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. The forest shook like turbulent waves. The ground lightly trembled. Spiritual mist sank while demon mist rose, creating the illusion of dragon shadows thrashing everywhere. A spectacular sight. Gu In, sitting under a tree with his bare body, completed the breakthrough after an ancient hour of settling. Finally, he reached the Nirvana realm. Upon achieving the Nirvana realm, his spiritual power transformed into mana, and his primordial spirit underwent a metamorphosis. Gu An's mystic heart was already covered in runes, about to hatch his own unique divine skill. He had an idea to create a divine skill based on his cultivation technique. His absorption of nature's spiritual energy did not slow down and continued. It would take some time to reach the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm. He opened his eyes, frowning. A demon was flying towards his forest location, currently 100 miles away. If the demon did not change its direction, it would likely intrude on his lifespan barrier. Hope the heavens bless you. If you intrude, even if you and I have no enmity, you will die. Guin thought silently, then closed his eyes. He disliked unnecessary killing. This included demons. If they birthed spiritual wisdom, randomly slaughtering them felt like accumulating bad karma. However, if any life threatened him, he would not hesitate to be ruthless. Time continued to pass. Another ancient hour went by. Gu An's cultivation had reached the 6th layer of the Nirvana realm. The howling winds began to weaken, not because his spirit energy absorption had slowed, but because the spiritual energy of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain was nearly exhausted. Now, the lifespan barrier was drawing in spirit energy from more distant regions. A few miles away, on a hillside, a red figure was advancing. The demon mist in the sky dispersed, revealing the bright moon. Under the moonlight, a red-clothed woman moved forward with disheveled hair, barefoot, and staggering as if she might collapse at any moment. Her long hair was a mess, with some strands stuck to her face by blood, only revealing her bright eyes. Her gaze was downcast, looking extremely weak. "I can't fall down. I need to rest in the forest ahead," the red-clothed woman murmured to herself, her vision blurring. She wobbled forward, taking half an hour to cover the few miles. Once she entered the forest, she collapsed into a patch of grass, unable to get up again. She was now less than 100 yards from Gu An's lifespan barrier. Chapter 136, The First Step on the Immortal Path. I am the true immortal of the mortal world. Gu An looked up at the woman in red, able to sense the dense demonic energy emanating from her. Generally, demons capable of complete shape-shifting were great demons, but the demonic energy of this one was merely comparable to the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, which was rather peculiar. He immediately cast a life span detection spell. Tianyauer Foundation Establishment realm. 9th layer 17/999/18,000, Her maximal lifespan exceeded that of the underworld Demon Emperor, breaking the record of Demon Clan qualifications known to Guin. Aside from the Spirit Tree, the highest maximal lifespan belonged to the Ghost Mother of Ephemera, reaching 54,000 years, but the Ghost Mother of Ephemera was a ghost and incomparable. Guin couldn't help but sigh, as the human race was truly struggling, with a destiny limit of less than 10,000 years. Of course, The human race's comprehension was higher than that of demon clans and ghost clans. At least, Guan had not seen any demons or ghosts cultivating faster than Lixiandao. While Guan was lost in thought, he waited for the breakthrough to end. As spiritual power transformed into mana, its intensity underwent a dramatic change to an extent that Guan felt he could easily crush his former self. Perhaps this was the true path of immortality. With the 9 layers of the immortal path, he had already crossed into the first layer and was no longer a mortal spirit. Unfortunately, unlike other cultivators, breaking through did not extend his lifespan, perhaps because of his unusual situation. Having not experienced a real heavenly tribulation, his lifespan could only be seized but not increased through breakthroughs. Nevertheless, this wasn't much of a problem, as his speed in seizing lifespans was already fast enough. Once the lifespan barrier ceased absorbing the spiritual energy of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, the entire mountain fell into a silent and oppressive state. Guan sensed that the majority of demon creatures were fleeing from Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, as such phenomena signified calamity in their eyes. Time flew by. When Guan's cultivation level reached the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm, he was immersed in a profound sensation. He slowly opened his eyes and examined the consumption of the lifespan barrier. This breakthrough had consumed nearly 50,000 years of lifespan. In total, he had consumed 454,000 years of lifespan to reach the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm. He still had 1,920,000 years of lifespan left, not counting the fractions. Not bad. Guan stood up and took out a black robe. While dressing, he glanced at Tian Yaoer in the distance. Guan withdrew his divine sense and slowly opened his eyes. He turned his head to look, the eyes revealed by the mask meeting Tian Yaoer's, making her pause and then snap back to alertness. "Thank you for saving me, Senior," Tian Yaoer said timidly, like a small kitten. Guan asked, "What are your plans now?" From his earlier glimpses, Guan knew Tian Yaoer was a demon nurtured by a demon king of the Unification Realm. There were other demons in that cage, all very young, capable of shape-shifting at a young age, indicating their extraordinary qualifications. Due to the sudden depletion of spiritual energy, the demons believed a disaster was imminent and thus migrated. During their migration, they encountered a great demon, resulting in a battle. Amidst the chaos, Tian Yaoer escaped. Subsequently, she fled all the way to Guan. Perhaps due to their shared lack of parents, Guan felt a tinge of sympathy for Tian Yaoer and did not leave immediately. Tian Yaoer hesitated, unsure how to respond, feeling lost. "They'll give you 2 options. 1. I take you out of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain to a distant place for you to survive. 2. You serve me from now on. In return, I will ensure your safety." Guan's voice resonated, and upon hearing it, Tian Yaoer showed signs of internal conflict in her eyes. Tian Yaoer gritted her teeth and asked, "Can you avenge me? My parents were killed by the demon mother. If you can avenge me, they'll follow you forever. The Heaven Phoenix demon mother is too powerful. I'm not her opponent, but I can teach you cultivation techniques. You can avenge your own parents in the future," Guan replied. The Heaven Phoenix demon mother was in the Unification Realm, certainly not someone Guan could defeat at present, but he didn't want to reveal his full strength. From Tian Yaoer's memories, there were hints that the Heaven Phoenix demon mother had lived for thousands of years. Killing her would likely only yield a 2-digit lifespan gain, not worth exposing his cultivation level. Even though Guan intended for Tian Yaoer to manage his new cave mansion, he preferred not to reveal his true power. One must always hold something back. Currently, he was only in the first realm of the Immortal Path, far from being invincible. What if someone traveled through time in the future to kill him? He wanted to ensure that no one would ever know when he truly became powerful. Tian Yaoer showed a look of disappointment in her eyes, but after reconsidering, it made sense. She had never heard of anyone mightier than the Heaven Phoenix demon mother. She cautiously asked, "If I follow you and cultivate, will I have a chance to avenge them?" You'll at least have a better chance, won't you? All right, he'll follow you. Immediately, Guin waved his sleeve, and the vacant ground behind him suddenly collapsed, soon filling with water to form a pool. Go wash up, Guin said, standing up and heading towards the cave's entrance. Tian Yaoer hurriedly got up and nervously asked, "Where are you going?" "Just to take a look outside. He'll come back after you're done," Guin responded without stopping, merely waving his hand. Tian Yaoer watched his retreating figure, hesitating to say more. For some reason, Guin's attitude made her feel more favorable towards him. Maybe following him would be better than her previous life. Tian Yaoer turned to the pool, gazing into it, wondering in surprise. He seems really powerful. Is he truly no match for the Demon Mother? Elsewhere, Guin stepped out of the cave, sunlight pouring down on him. Standing halfway up the mountain, surrounded by flora, his view was unhindered. Looking out, he saw an array of mountains and rivers, enveloped in dense mist, resembling an immortal realm. It was difficult to associate such a beautiful scene with the demon land. Guin's divine sense spread out, searching for a suitable place to establish his cave mansion. Today, he planned to create an underground cave mansion, settling Tian Yaoer before he returned. Fortunately, he had already prepared all kinds of formation materials, enough to set up a concealed cave mansion, which he would continue to refine over time. Soon, he located a spirit lineage, deciding to establish the cave mansion beside it. Leaving behind a yin-yang clone, his true self disappeared into thin air. Half an hour later, Tian Yaoer crouched by the fire, hugging her knees. Firelight illuminated her delicate face as she stared into the flames, lost in thought. When she heard footsteps from the cave's passage, she snapped out of her daze and quickly stood up. Moments later, Guin entered the cave chamber. Seeing the cleaned-up Tian Yaoer, he felt satisfied internally. She looked pleasing enough to manage the cave mansion, serving as an eye-pleaser. With a wave of his sleeve, a breeze blew towards Tian Yaoer, causing her long hair to flutter and her clothes to swell, compelling Guin to avert his gaze. Tian Yaoer felt her hair suddenly fluff up, her clothes drying, and all traces of moisture on her body disappearing. Guin raised his hand, beckoning her into the air, grabbing her shoulder, and the two vanished from the cave. Tian Yaoer felt as if the world was spinning, an uncomfortable sensation preventing her from opening her eyes, with her divine sense unable to extend, prompting her to instinctively grab Guin's belt tightly. Soon, she felt her feet touch the ground, the discomfort dissipating. She opened her eyes, and her eyes widened in disbelief. They had arrived in a vast underground space, similar in size to the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion, with various spirit stones encrusted on the walls, glowing and imbuing the air with dense spiritual energy, making Tian Yaoer feel at ease. This cave mansion was personally carved out by Guin, appearing as though naturally formed, with an environment that seemed crafted by supernatural forces. From now on, you'll live here. Rest and recover first, don't go outside. This is still Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. If you get bored, you can read these books. Guin produced books like Investiture of the Gods and Supreme Immortal Venerable from his sleeve and placed them on the ground. With that, he disappeared into thin air. Tian Yaoer crouched down and picked up a copy of Investiture of the Gods. Flipping it open, her face full of confusion. She was illiterate. Chapter 137, Is There an Immortal in This World? The Third Medicine Valley, where the autumn wind swayed gently. Guin walked out of the transmission array platform and headed towards a distant garden area. Although he had just broken through, he hadn't forgotten the ripening times of the flowers and plants in each garden. Before he had taken a few steps, Lu Lingjun quickly approached him and said, "Valley Master, let me accompany you in harvesting." Guin nodded, having no objections. After walking several miles forward, Guin began to bend down to pick, while Lu Lingjun took out a bamboo basket, ready to receive. "Valley Master, with the world in chaos, should I go out and make a name for myself?" Lu Lingjun suddenly asked. So it was about this. No wonder she was suddenly attentive. Guan casually replied. Then go to the sect leader and see how he arranges it for you. If he wanted to summon me, he would have already sent a message to me. If that's the case, then stay in the Medicine Valley. Who knows, one day the demon cultivators of the Ephemeris sect might infiltrate the valley, and it will still be up to you to protect it. But, Lingjun, you're a great cultivator, yet your Taoist heart is so restless? Isn't protecting the medicinal herbs also a merit? Is this merit any less than killing enemies? Guan said seriously, but his hands did not stop moving. Having just spent more than 400,000 years of his lifespan, he needed to replenish it. Lu Lingjun was helpless. She wanted to go out and eliminate demons also for the sect leader's grand plan. However, she couldn't tell Guan that she wanted to become the sect leader yet, as Guan had a closer relationship with LV Baitian. Seeing her plan fail, Lu Lingjun couldn't help but change the topic, asking, Valley Master, do you think there are mortals in this world? If the world is so vast, why can't mortal spirits see them if they exist? Of course there are, otherwise, why would there be us cultivators? We're just on the path of pursuit. Guan answered, Of course there are. I am one. I just can't tell you. Guan felt secretly proud, and at the same time, he thought of a possibility. Could it be that immortals are hiding in the mortal world, and previously his divine sense couldn't detect them? Or perhaps the immortals are on the other side of the ocean, separated from mortals? Even upon becoming immortals, they still have to strive for higher realms. Nirvana is just the first step on the immortal path. One has to cross 8 tribulations to reach the pinnacle of the immortal path. What lies beyond the immortal path? For a while, Guan was lost in infinite reverie. Although his mind was fluttering, it did not affect his picking of herbs. In the place where I was born, there were no immortals. Cultivators, upon reaching a high realm, could only pursue shattering the void. We believe that immortals are hidden in realms that mortal spirits cannot reach. Lu Lingjun continued, a sad expression appearing on her face. After ascending, she suddenly felt no different from before, still rolling in the red dust. Only this red dust was more vast, and the immortal path remained distant. Guan listened, occasionally echoing a phrase. An hour later, the two of them returned to the pavilion area and then parted ways. Guan walked towards the mystic pure tree, seeing from afar that Xiaochuan was squatting on the ground, observing the white spirit rat sleeping under the tree. Although Xiaochuan raised quite a few demon beasts, his favorite was the white spirit rat, but the white spirit rat did not like to interact with him. Guan suddenly noticed that Xiaochuan's back seemed to have aged. Xiaochuan was only 3 years younger than Guan, now already 70 years old, and had not yet reached foundation establishment. How could he not show signs of aging? Guan had once given Xiaochuan a youth-preserving pill, but it could only keep his appearance youthful. Xiaochuan's demeanor and mindset had begun to age. This made Guan feel a bit trance-like. 100 years from now, Xiaochuan would leave him. Xiaochuan didn't like to practice, and Guan couldn't force him. Fortunately, even if Xiaochuan couldn't achieve much in immortal cultivation, he still led a happy life. This life was without regrets thanks to Guan. Guan came up behind Xiaochuan and asked with a smile, Xiaochuan, what are you looking at? If you want to hold it, just pick it up. Xiaochuan looked up, helplessly saying, It has a bad temper. Last time I tried to hold it, and it scratched me. Oh, why didn't you tell me? The rascal. Guan immediately walked over, grabbed the white spirit rat by the tail, and lifted it up. The white spirit rat awoke, and when it saw that it was Guan, it stopped struggling immediately. Guan placed it into Xiaochuan's arms and warned it with his eyes not to resist. The rat reluctantly curled into a ball. Xiaochuan, now able to hold the white spirit rat, revealed an excited smile and began gently stroking its back. At this moment, Guan sensed battle aura coming from afar. A mystic heart realm battle. One of the auras was Xin Quan's. He only glanced at it, having no intention of intervening. As long as the Mahayana realm cultivators of the Ephemeris sect did not make a move. He was too lazy to step in. This was the calamity of the 9 dynasties, not his alone, and he couldn't let Supreme Sect develop a dependency on Sword Venerable Fudao. After chatting with Xiaochuan for a little while longer, Guan finally left. Xiaochuan put down the white spirit rat, which then quickly ran back to the mystic pure tree to continue sleeping. Xiaochuan turned his head, staring at Guan's back. For some reason, he felt increasingly distant from him. Though they were always together, and Guan had no intention of leaving Supreme Sect, he could not help but feel a sense of loss. Fortunately, this sense of loss came and went quickly. "Little Yang, come over here. Let's check on the spirit chickens. They should be laying eggs today." Xiaochuan called to a servant disciple not far away. The thought of the spirit chickens laying eggs brought a smile to his face. Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. In an underground space, Guan sat on the ground with a steel placed before him, stroking his chin in deep thought. Tian Yaoer squatted nearby, curiously watching him. Unable to hold back, she asked, "What are you thinking about?" Guan answered, "I'm thinking of giving this cave a name." He suddenly thought of something, looked at Tian Yaoer, and said, "If I let you name it, what would you call it?" She tilted her head, thought for a while, and said, "How about Heavenly Phoenix's little nest?" Guan closed his eyes again, not bothering to respond. Tian Yaoer pouted, raised her hands like claws, and made a playful scratching motion towards Guan, sticking her tongue out as if she wanted to scratch him. After another 30 minutes, Guan stood up, startling Tian Yaoer, who quickly followed suit, her eyes wide as she watched him. Guan raised his right hand, extended 2 fingers, and pointed at the steel, moving his fingers through the air. Tian Yaoer looked down and saw a faint strength energy fall on the steel, carving 4 characters. Ninshu Cave. Ninshu, meaning to remember one's initial aspiration. Guan feared he might become arrogant in the future. Today's conversation with Xiaochuan made him feel many emotions about life. Ninshu also represented his hope to remember the first group of people he met when he embarked on the immortal path. After carving, Guan picked up the steel and walked toward the distant place. Tian Yaoer followed closely, never leaving more than 7 steps away from Guan since his return. After setting the steel in place, Guan turned and began casting his magic, then squatted down and placed his hands on the ground. In fact, he didn't need to go through such trouble, but he wanted to show off in front of Tian Yaoer. With his mana flowing into the soil, the barren ground began to sprout weeds, covering the entire area of Ninshu Cave in no more than 3 breaths, leaving Tian Yaoer wide-eyed. This was Guan's mystic heart divine power, which he called All Things Divine Presence. All Things Divine Presence wasn't limited to this ability. He could use mana to conjure flowers, grass, and trees within the range of his divine sense. The conjured plants contained his mana, providing him with vision. The uses were endless, and the summoning speed was incredibly fast, suitable for use as a lethal attack. With a wave of his hand, Guan could easily summon a 10,000-foot wall of trees. He wasn't sure of the ultimate limits of this power yet. Just thinking about it excited him. Additionally, this divine power could also accelerate the growth of plants. Today, Guan wanted to conduct an experiment to see if speeding up the growth process of medicinal herbs affected their lifespan. He took out a seed and buried it in the soil. Tian Yaoer, already bewildered, watched the greens spread across the ground, doubting Guan's claim, as she had never seen the demon mother use such methods. Half an hour later, Guan looked at the fresh second-tier spirit grass in his hand and sighed. Forcing growth indeed diminished the lifespan. By hastening the second-tier spirit grass to maturity within half an hour, the lifespan was lost. According to his lifespan detection, this second-tier spirit grass was approaching its end, but the detection couldn't show the number of months left, making it hard for him to judge directly. It seemed he still needed to farm patiently. Guan cursed his greed inwardly. His ability to seize lifespans was already very exaggerated, yet he wanted it faster. He stood up, and likewise, Tian Yaoer followed, mimicking him. "Don't you have anything to do?" Guan couldn't help but ask. Tian Yaoer blinked and asked, "Like what? Aren't you seeking revenge? Shouldn't you be cultivating?" "How should I cultivate? You haven't taught me the cultivation technique yet," Tian Yaoer answered, feeling wronged. Admittedly, her grievances were rather endearing. Guan cursed inwardly and then asked, "How did you improve your cultivation level?" He had seen Tian Yaoer's past, but only for 10 years. Since her early years, she had been kept by the Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother, occasionally fed various elixirs and medicinal broths. He had thought she had been given the technique of immortal cultivation during her childhood. "I don't know, it just happened," Tian Yaoer replied. Guan thought for a moment, realizing this might be a good thing, preventing her from abandoning her cultivation to start new. Subsequently, Guan began teaching the primordial earth immortal skill to Tian Yaoer. She truly didn't understand cultivation at all, requiring Guan to explain some basic cultivation principles. After a night, Tian Yaoer finally learned to absorb energy by herself, allowing Guan to breathe a sigh of relief. During the process, he realized Tian Yaoer was completely illiterate. He glanced at the scattered books in the distance, pondering whether to keep a copy of the Supreme's secret records since it contained illustrations. But then he dismissed the idea. Too disgraceful. He couldn't let an ignorant demoness see such books. If Tian Yaoer developed bad thoughts later, it would affect his cultivation here. It was all Shun Zhen's fault, making Gu An's thoughts increasingly impure. Some books deserve to be banned for a reason. Chapter 138, The Mountain God Descends. Punishment. The autumn wind was desolate. In the mountains and forests, Zhen Xin and others followed Sage Xian Miao forward. Sage Xian Miao walked at the front, leaving a trail of blood behind him, which made everyone behind him worry greatly. They knew that comforting him was futile. They could only try their best not to disturb him. Boom! A deafening explosion came from afar. The fierce wind roared, toppling trees. Everyone hurriedly mobilized their spiritual power to resist the gusts. Sage Xian Miao raised his sword to block. His cultivation level in the divinity transformation realm withstood most of the pressure. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, which made the disciples of the Supreme Sex Law Enforcement Hall behind him sweat for him. After a few breaths, the wind stopped, and Sage Xian Miao followed suit, half kneeling, stabilizing himself by leaning on his sword. The surrounding forest was almost entirely toppled, with leaves and debris flying around messily. Zhen Xin and the others rushed forward, concerned about Sage Xian Miao's safety. Ever since Sage Xian Miao had saved them, they had been fighting almost every day, which left his injuries no chance to recover, only worsening them further. Sage Xian Miao lifted his head, his pale face full of unwillingness. He gritted his teeth and said, "The enemy is coming. Everyone meditate." Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly sat down. After spending several days together, they had developed unconditional trust in Sage Xian Miao. Without him, they would have been dead long ago. Sage Xian Miao took a deep breath and said softly, "Call upon the mountain god in your hearts. Pray for the mountain god to save us." He had no other way. His spiritual power was insufficient to cast the divine-reaching mystic gate. He could only think of the mountain god. Although this place was far from the mountain god's domain, he believed the mountain god would be able to sense it. Everyone was astonished upon hearing him. Some disciples even panicked. Not fleeing now, calling for the mountain god. Indeed, the world is in chaos, battles everywhere. Maybe we can escape amid the chaos. Next, we'll take turns carrying you. We will surely escape alive. We can't just sit and wait to die. Is there really a mountain god in this world? If there was, why would the ephemeris sect run rampant? The more the disciples spoke, the more agitated they became. They could also feel a powerful aura approaching. Sage Xian Miao said, "We can't escape. They have already locked onto us. Sit quickly, do as I say, and there's still a chance. If we delay and they capture us, we will neither live nor die." Upon hearing this, The disciples could only grit their teeth and sit down. Zhen Qin sat among the crowd, closed her eyes, and began calling out to the mountain god in her heart. She did not want to die here. For a moment, everyone sat on the ground, calling the mountain god's name in their hearts. In the intersect city, Guan was selecting seeds of high-rank medical herbs in the elixir hall when he suddenly sensed something. His expression turned strange. Mysteriously, it seemed someone was calling him. This feeling was very mysterious. It had never happened before. He extended his divine sense, encompassing the lands of the 9 dynasties, and soon locked on his sage Xian Miao. It was Sage Xian Miao who was calling him. Although others around Sage Xian Miao were also meditating, Guan could clearly sense it was only Sage Xian Miao calling him. He couldn't hear Sage Xian Miao's thoughts, but could feel his strong desire to see him. Could it be because of his mountain god identity? Guan was curious. He suspected it was related to the Nirvana realm. He had known Sage Xian Miao for some time and never had this feeling before breaking through. Guan noticed Zhen Qin's presence as a group of ephemera sect cultivators was approaching them. After hesitating for a moment, Guan put down the seeds in his hand and turned to walk towards the door. In the mountains of the North Sea, among the fallen trees, Sage Xian Miao, Zhen Qin, and others sat in meditation, their eyes tightly closed, as if they were ready to die. A group of black-robed cultivators flew in from the horizon, led by an elder holding a wooden staff. He had a head full of white hair, a face covered in brown spots, and a large python coiled on his shoulders, making him look malevolent and terrifying. He looked down at Sage Xian Miao and said, "Sage Xian Miao, are you surrendering?" He hadn't attacked immediately. According to the information, Sage Xian Miao possessed a divine skill capable of summoning great cultivators. Many of Ephemera sect's great cultivators had died by this skill. Sage Xian Miao ignored him, continuing to chant silently in his heart. The elder with the wooden staff scanned the others, his gaze flickering with hesitation. The disciples of the law enforcement hall were extremely tense, most of them sweating on their foreheads. They didn't dare to open their eyes and could only frantically call the mountain god in their hearts or pray for a miracle. After a while, the elder with the wooden staff snorted coldly. He raised his staff, and in an instant, demonic chi surged from the bottom of the staff, quickly covering the sky for 10 miles around. The disciples of the Supreme Sect's law enforcement hall sensed something and opened their eyes. In their view, it was as if they had suddenly been plunged into night, with the ephemera sect cultivators in the air looking like deathly ghosts staring down at them. Everyone was extremely tense, their faces filled with despair and fear, including Zhen Qin. Sage Xian Miao also opened his eyes, sighed, and looked towards the sky, his gaze becoming calm. Disappointed, a voice entered Sage Xian Miao's ear, making him instinctively turn his head. Immediately, he widened his eyes, full of surprise and joy. "Mountain God!" Others turned their heads when they heard those words. When their eyes fell on Sage Xian Miao's shoulder, they all widened their eyes. On Sage Xian Miao's left shoulder stood a small man in white, wearing an opera mask, whose head was not even as high as Sage Xian Miao's ear. Some disciples thought they were hallucinating. Some even rubbed their eyes. The elder with the wooden staff frowned deeply, also seeing the small man in white. The other ephemera sect cultivators started murmuring. It was their first time seeing such a small person. When they used their divine sense to probe, they couldn't see the small man's true form and felt no aura of evil from him. Guan leaped from Sage Xian Miao's shoulder and landed on a nearby crooked tree. Sage Xian Miao hurriedly bowed to Guan, saying, "Please, mountain god, save us. The ephemera sect has committed numerous atrocities and even plans to sacrifice the people of the 9 dynasties. This is an abomination. Please save the world's common people." The disciples of the law enforcement hall came to their senses and all turned to kneel before Guan. Zhen Qin also knelt, feeling a strange sense of kinship towards the small man in white. "Mountain god, posing as a deity. I advise you not to meddle. The elder with the wooden staff glared at Guin, coldly threatening him. Guin ignored the threat of this unification realm great cultivator. He turned to Sage Xianmiao, leisurely saying, "The mountain god does not save the common people, only guards a single land. You are not of this land, yet you ask me to save you. It is against the celestial rules." Sage Xianmiao quickly replied, "If you help, we will offer you our worship." Sincerity is effective. Guin turned to the elder with the wooden staff, too lazy for further words. He raised his right hand, palm facing up. As he raised his hand, the earth trembled violently, astounding everyone. Boom, boom, boom. Huge tree roots broke through the ground, rushing toward the sky like a horde of serpents, forcing the elder with a wooden staff to dodge. Other ephemera sect cultivators couldn't evade in time and were pierced by tree roots, their bodies shattered, blood spraying through the air. The demonic chi in the sky dissipated instantly, sunlight pouring down. Upon seeing the spectacle ahead, Zhenqin and the rest were all stupefied. Even Sage Xianmiao was moved. One by one, giant trees shot up to the sky. Looking to both ends, one couldn't see the end, as if a green mountain suddenly rose, piercing the clouds, shocking everyone's eyes. The elder with the wooden staff quickly dodged, wielding his wooden staff and casting imposing spells. Demonic chi surged, shaking the heavens. But in less than 3 breaths, he was entangled by thick vines. He was shocked to find his spiritual power suppressed within, unable to be released. How could this be? Could it really be the mountain god? The elder with the wooden staff widened his eyes in despair, and soon his face was covered by vines, and eventually his figure vanished within the intertwined branches, merging with the trees. From above, the land within a 100-mile radius was dense with giant trees intertwining, forming a mountain of trees that stunned every witness. Sage Xianmiao stared at the tree mountain. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't determine the height of these trees. Lines of prompts began to appear before Guin's eyes. A small harvest. All these people combined barely account for 5,000 years of lifespan. Guin withdrew his hand, causing the terrifying and magnificent tree mountain to dissolve, transforming into countless green light stars that quickly disappeared. The huge chasm, like an abyss in front, showed that the previous scene was real. The disciples of the law enforcement hall looked at Guin again, with eyes filled with reverence and incredulity. Such a small figure, yet capable of godlike feats, truly the mountain god, even stronger than the legend. Guin looked at Sage Xianmiao, stroked his chin, and pondered, "I told you not to reveal my existence. I must punish you." Sage Xianmiao took a square wooden box from his storage bag and said, "I am willing to be punished. This treasure is a token of gratitude for the mountain god's help." Guin raised his hand, moving the wooden box in front of him, then putting it into his storage bag. He had many storage bags and specifically used another to avoid Zhenqin's notice. He leaped, flying to Sage Xianmiao, gently tapped his forehead, and said, "The punishment is a 1-year drop in your cultivation level." In a flash, Sage Xianmiao's face changed as his cultivation level quickly dropped, falling all the way to the foundation establishment realm. It was Guin's divine skill, the path of returning primordial spirit. This skill, awakened by the primordial reincarnation skill, could seal someone's cultivation. Zhenqin and the others sensed Sage Xianmiao's rapid drop in cultivation and were all shocked. When Guin looked at them, they took out their treasures to offer him, promising not to reveal the mountain god's existence to anyone. Guin waved his sleeve, collecting all their offerings. Then another wave of his sleeve sent a breeze sweeping them towards the horizon, including Sage Xianmiao. Mortals and immortals are separate. If you break your promise, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, I will find you. Guin's voice echoed in the ears of every law enforcement hall disciple. Chapter 139. Immortal Path Techniques. The eve of the final battle, Gu manipulated the breeze formed by his mana to gently deliver Sage Xian Miao, Zhen Xin, and the others to the border of the Taizong dynasty, before withdrawing his thoughts and then disappearing from the spot. This time, he mainly acted for Zhen Xin. However, the feeling of taking action was quite nice. It made him truly feel the power of the immortal path. No wonder the Nirvana realm is so special. Without experiencing Nirvana, human cultivators cannot live past 10,000 years. The difference between Nirvana realm and Mahayana realm is not just the strength of spiritual power, but a comprehensive disparity. After returning to the Supreme Sect, Guan continued to procure medicinal herbs in preparation for planting in Yinshu Cave. Before sowing, he had to properly instruct Tian Yaoer. Now he already possessed some methods akin to immortals, no longer needing to teach Tian Yaoer hand by hand. He only needed to point his finger at her forehead to transmit a large amount of information into her mind. However, to conceal his strength, he decided to teach slowly. Anyway, he had plenty of time. On the other side, beside a large river, the disciples of the law enforcement hall looked at Sage Xian Miao with words stuck in their throats. They could hardly care about the joy of surviving the catastrophe. They were more worried about Sage Xian Miao being distressed. If not for saving them, how could Sage Xian Miao have ended up in such a state? Sage Xian Miao washed his face, stood up, and smiled at everyone, saying, "You don't need to worry about me. My cultivation was merely sealed by the mountain god for a year. Indeed, this was my ordeal due to my failure to keep my promise." The disciples all spoke up, taking the responsibility onto themselves, but Sage Xian Miao merely laughed freely. Having his cultivation suppressed to the Foundation establishment realm did not cause him any pain. On the contrary, he felt more exhilarated. Now he was completely convinced that the mountain god was a true immortal. The mountain god's methods made him feel incredulous and also very excited. The road of immortal cultivation can truly lead to success. All right, everyone, now that we have returned to the Taizong dynasty, it is time to part ways. Remember, do not reveal the existence of the mountain god to anyone. Sage Xian Miao cupped his hands as he spoke. All the disciples hastily returned the salute and promised not to reveal it. Considering that even someone as strong as Sage Xian Miao had his cultivation sealed, how could they dare to provoke the mountain god? They shared the same feeling as Sage Xian Miao, one of excitement, for they had seen unprecedented hope. The path to immortality is vast. Whether there are immortals has always been a persistent debate in the immortal cultivation world. Having witnessed immortals, they would be more steadfast than others. Autumn passed, winter arrived, and snow gradually covered the Mystic Valley. Zhen Xin came back to visit him, telling him about the chaos outside. There are just too many people in the Ephemerous sect. Even with the combined forces of 9 dynasties, they can't kill them all, Zhen Xin sighed. She was only a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, and the situation she could see was limited. Guan often witnessed battles in the Mystic Heart realm. Now, great cultivators in the Mystic Heart realm were stationed all over the world. The number of Mystic Heart realm cultivators in the 9 dynasties had already exceeded 20 and was still increasing. The same was true for the Ephemerous sect. The Mystic Heart realm was in a stalemate, causing the wars below to be deadlocked. This would be a protracted war lasting for years. Guan was not in a hurry. He was just waiting for that Mahayana realm cultivator to show up, and the moment he did, he would kill him. His divine sense could cover the entire 9 dynasties, but the main lineage of the Ephemerous sect was inside the 9 Nether Road, so he hadn't detected the Mahayana realm cultivator's whereabouts yet. He did not plan to go into the 9 Nether Road to capture him. He wanted to wait until the other party revealed himself so that news of his death could spread. At that time, the Ephemerous sect, leaderless, could only disperse. After Zhen Xin finished speaking, Guan poured her a cup of tea and asked with a smile, "Why do you seem so excited? Compared to before you left, your spirit state is completely different." Zhen Xin laughed and said, although there is killing everywhere outside. After this experience, I found greater motivation for cultivation. Master, I plan to go into seclusion next. Our batch of disciples has completed our mission, and the law enforcement hall allows us to rest next. Guin took out a few bottles of elixirs from his storage bag, handed them to her, and said, "Cultivate well. In the future, Master will rely on you." Xin did not reject them. While accepting the elixirs, she laughed and said, "When I become an immortal, I will concoct an elixir of immortality for Master." Her spirited look made Guin want to laugh. Since the departure of Su Han and Yi Yin, Xin often came to Mystic Valley, still treating it as her home. Guin never felt annoyed. He was always happy to see her. After Xin left Mystic Valley, Guin began wandering inside, admiring his cultivation results. Time continued to pass. Although the immortal cultivation world was in chaos, the Supreme Sect was not attacked, and Guin's days in the sect were still leisurely. After the end of the year came the new year. That year's spring festival was not as lively as in previous years. Guin could only celebrate with the servant disciples. Until late at night, he quietly came to Ninshu Cave. He appeared on the grass, feeling the spiritual energy inside the cave. With a satisfied expression, he noted that the spirit gathering array he set up began to take effect. At that moment, Tian Yaoer came over excitedly and asked, "Master, did you bring meat?" Since Guin grilled meat for her last month, she completely fell in love with barbecue. Each time he came, she would ask if he brought meat. Ninshu Cave had no entrance, so Tian Yaoer couldn't get out. She could only cultivate and wait. "I brought it, but first we need a plant. Based on your performance, I will decide how much meat you get to eat," Guin replied, making Tian Yaoer roll her eyes. Then, Guin began planting with Tian Yaoer, teaching her by example. After teaching once, Guin watched Tian Yaoer plant, which took half the night. Guin found that Tian Yaoer had a knack for planting. She might look daft, but she was meticulous and skillful. After the planting, Guin took out a leg of lamb and various special seasonings, making Tian Yaoer's eyes light up as she eagerly fetched firewood. 30 minutes later, Tian Yaoer squatted on the ground, gnawing on a grease-dripping leg of lamb while staring at another leg roasting on the fire. "They're all yours. Eat slowly." Guin couldn't help but laugh. Why did he feel like he was raising a cat? Actually, Tian Yaoer was not a cat demon, but a bird demon. Judging from her lifespan, Guin suspected she had the phoenix blood lineage. Tian Yaoer chewed the meat and asked in a muffled voice, "Master, why did you come to Heavenly Phoenix Mountain?" Although they had been together for months, she still knew nothing about Gu, and seeing him in a good mood today, she gathered the courage to ask. "Heavenly Phoenix Mountain is vast and rich in resources. I came specifically for medicinal herbs. What we're planning now is what I gathered in Heavenly Phoenix Mountain." "Master, do you know alchemy?" "Of course. The demon mother's subordinate has a demon skilled in alchemy who enjoys her favor. Can you teach me alchemy in the future?" "It depends on your performance." "Master, where do you come from?" In the quiet cave, the conversation between the person and the demon echoed, and the firelight projected their shadows on the cave walls, constantly flickering. Tian Yaoer looked at Guin, feeling unprecedentedly relaxed. Though still trapped in the cave, she felt at ease with Guin and no longer fearful. In the days that followed, Tian Yaoer memorized all the cultivation details, making Guin no longer need to come to Ninshu Cave every night. In Guin's absence, Tian Yaoer diligently cultivated, fearing his disappointment and abandonment. Therefore, she never slacked off since she started cultivating. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. 74-year-old Guin's lifespan had reached over 2 million years, and everything was moving in a favorable direction. On this day, Guin came to the outer gate city to submit the previous year's harvest from Mystic Valley. After leaving the Elixir Hall, he overheard disciples discussing major events in the immortal cultivation world. It was said that the Ephemeris sect had set up a huge altar in Wanji Forest of the Taichin dynasty, preparing to sacrifice living people. Now, in all dynasties, people were disappearing, and various sects from the other 8 dynasties were heading towards the Taichan dynasty. Everyone sensed a major battle approaching. Through divine sense, Guan saw that altar. It was indeed large, occupying 100 miles in radius. At the altar's center stood a great cauldron with a large flag inside, filled with countless vengeful souls. Around the altar, there were as many as 40 great cultivators of the mystic heart realm stationed. It seemed that the ephemera sect was making a last-ditch effort. This also indicated that the Mahayana realm cultivator would soon appear. Guan retracted his divine sense and walked towards Wu Ju's residence. Though Wu Ju had become an inner sect disciple, he hadn't sold his villa in the outer gate city, only that he wouldn't usually stay there. He felt Wu Ju's presence, indicating that Wu Ju was waiting for him. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Wu Ju, who was practicing martial arts, looked at Guan entering the courtyard and smiled, saying, "You finally came. I thought I wouldn't see you before I left." Wu Ju's lifespan hadn't increased, but his cultivation had reached the first layer of the core formation realm. After closing the door, Guan turned to Wu Ju and asked with a smile, "Why are you waiting for me?" "Master plans to take me to the Taichan dynasty to eradicate the ephemera demon path. Taichan is far from Taicang, and once we leave, who knows how long it'll take to return, so I wanted to bid you farewell." Wu Ju stopped practicing and replied. He pretended to be calm, but Guan could see his inner tension and fear. To be honest, Wu Ju hadn't experienced a life-or-death battle yet, and he feared the ephemera sect because his master was slain by them. "A talent like you should have no trouble staying behind, right?" Guan asked. Wu Ju shook his head and said, "The ephemera sect is powerful. The supreme sect must bring its full strength to eradicate the demons, and I have personal reasons that I must go." His eyes were firm. He wanted to avenge his master. Though he didn't know which demon cultivator of the ephemera sect killed his master, it didn't matter to him. As long as the ephemera sect was annihilated, he considered it revenge. Then you must be careful. The demon path's methods are countless and unscrupulous. You can't just judge strength by cultivation level, Guan began to advise. Listening to his lengthy speech, Wu Ju did not find it tedious at all. Instead, he smiled. With such a brother, he had to go. If the ephemera sect's sacrifice succeeded, the demon cultivators would eventually invade the supreme sect, endangering Guan. Subsequently, Wu Ju began to talk about the scale of the supreme sect's expedition this time. The sect leader dispatched 1/3 of the inner sect disciples to Wanji Forest, illustrating the importance attached to this mission. None after saying goodbye to Wu Ju in the following days, Guan could see many Supreme Sect disciples flying over the Third Medicine Valley and Mystic Valley. The Supreme Sect had started going to war. Guan stood on the balcony, looking into the distance. He could see the Wanji Forest erupting into battle, with the sects that had arrived first launching an offensive against the Ephemeris sect. Unfortunately, 40 Mystic Heart Realm great cultivators joined forces, becoming nearly invincible. Ultimately, the various dynasty cultivators returned defeated, waiting to gather more strength. Guan then looked towards the dustless wasteland, reoccupied by the Ephemeris sect. Continuous streams of Ephemeris sect cultivators flew out from the entrance of the Nine Nether Road, all heading toward the Taichan dynasty. The 9 dynasties comprised of Taicang, Great Yu, Chintang, Tianwei, Taichun, Hanlu, Great Zhao, Great Jiang, and Wuzhen. The Taichan dynasty was relatively weak, situated at the center of the 9 dynasties with a vast territory, now occupied by the Ephemeris sect. From a macro perspective, Guan saw that around the Taichan dynasty, cultivators were continuously heading to provide support, a very spectacular sight. As Guan watched, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil, wanting to join in the excitement. However, he needed to guard his Medicine Valley, as that was the most important task. Moreover, if he acted prematurely, that Mahayana cultivator might not show up. The opponent had been silent until now, making Guin believe they were definitely preparing something. The gigantic sacrificial platform in the Wanji forest looked like a target to Guin. He suspected that the Ephemeris sect would sneak attack the Supreme Sect. Not only did he have this suspicion, but the Supreme Sect also showed caution, with a Mystic Heart Realm Great Cultivator currently guarding the sect, and it wasn't Ancestor Xian Quan. A month later, the number of patrols in the cities of the Supreme Sect increased, with a tense atmosphere permeating the sect, even affecting the servant disciples in the Third Medicine Valley and Mystic Valley. As the chief disciple of Mystic Valley, Lu Jiujia began arranging disciples to take turns guarding the mountaintops around the Medicine Valley to prevent any demon cultivators from the Ephemeris sect from approaching. The Third Medicine Valley was similarly vigilant, with deacons taking turns patrolling with their disciples. On this morning, in the Third Medicine Valley, after morning exercises ended, Guin was walking towards his pavilion when he seemed to sense something, his expression changing slightly though he did not stop walking. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly echoed across the sky, startling everyone in the valley, making them turn and look. From the direction of the inner sect, rolling thunderclouds appeared, sweeping towards the Third Medicine Valley, seemingly ready to cover the entire sky. What was that sound just now? Could it be an attack from the Ephemeris sect? But isn't the Ephemeris sect in the Taichun dynasty? Since our Supreme Sect ranks among the top of the 9 dynasties' sects, if we were destroyed, the morale of the 9 dynasties would certainly plummet. I hope it doesn't involve our Medicine Valley. Disciples gathered and began discussing. Guin also stopped in his tracks, standing by a wooden fence at the edge of a garden, looking into the distance, observing the battle in the sect's main city. The sect's main city was the largest city of the Supreme Sect. Inner sect disciples could enter the city, but could not reside there. Only the high-ranking individuals of the Supreme Sect lived there. At this moment, 2 Unification Realm Great Cultivators were fighting in the sect's main city. As their battle progressed, more cultivators joined in, eventually forming a large-scale melee. It wasn't an attack from the Ephemeris sect, but rather spies from the Ephemeris sect starting to act. After watching for a while, Guin realized that the troublemakers seemed to come from the same family. Lu Lingjun approached Guin and said, "Valley Master, from now on, do not leave the Medicine Valley." She also looked towards the sect's main city, eyes filled with gravitas. She had sensed the presences of at least 5 Unification Realm cultivators. Just Unification Realm cultivators weren't enough to unsettle her. She had a premonition that something extremely dreadful was about to happen. Guin nodded lightly, then continued to watch the battle. The Third Medicine Valley quickly darkened, as if night had fallen. Rumble, a deep thunderous sound echoed across the sky, making it seem as if an ancient ferocious beast was roaring in the sea of clouds, creating a deafening noise. It is time for you to show yourself. Our battle will determine the fate of the Supreme Sect. A cold, indifferent voice echoed throughout the entire Supreme Sect, making everyone who heard it feel a heavy pressure on their chest, very uncomfortable. Lu Lingjun's face changed slightly. She could confirm that the owner of this voice had a cultivation level beyond the Unification Realm. Guin saw someone walking among the clouds. That person wore a black robe, had a purple crown on their head, and 18 golden short swords floating behind them. As they walked forward with sleeves fluttering in the wind, they stirred up waves of energy, giving an imposing aura reminiscent of a dragon's presence. 5th layer of Mystic Heart Realm. This person was likely among the upper echelons of the Ephemeris sect, with a cultivation level 3 layers higher than any Mystic Heart Realm Great Cultivator in the Supreme Sect. Meanwhile, in the inner sect city, inside the book collection hall, Elder Su Lu stood in front of the counter, watching a figure walking down the stairs from afar. He couldn't help but ask, "How confident are you?" Following his gaze, an old man with an immortal demeanor dressed in black robes came walking down the stairs, holding a horsetail whisk, his expression calm. He didn't stop, continuing down the stairs, leaving only one sentence. I will do my best. Sulu turned to look out the window. The rolling thunderclouds looked like a black ocean, stirring up huge waves, oppressive and horrifying. Worry appeared in his eyes. Today is the first time since reaching Mystic Heart that I combat another Mystic Heart realm. May I know your name? The old man's voice echoed throughout the entire Supreme Sect, bringing the restless cities to silence. Mystic Heart Realm? Lu Lingjun was also hearing this realm name for the first time. Above unification is Mystic Heart. Lu Lingjun's divine sense captured the figure in the clouds, her eyes filled with longing. She must reach this realm. No, she would surpass the Mystic Heart realm. I am Venerable Qi Qian of the Ephemeris sect. Dying by my hand would not be in vain for one who has reached Mystic Heart. The earlier voice rang out again, with an arrogant tone that made the Supreme Sect cultivators worry for Ancestor Kusong. Boom! A tremendous pressure descended, covering the entire Supreme Sect. The thunderclouds in the sky churned violently, and almost all the cities lit up with protective light screens, using formations to resist the pressure from the battle in the sky. Venerable Qi Qian and Ancestor Kusong were already engaged in combat. The two fought fiercely high in the sky, not affecting the ground below, but their pressure was so immense that even the mountains between heaven and earth trembled. Lu Lingjun stared intently at the sky, not wanting to miss any details of the battle between the two Mystic Heart Realm great cultivators. Guan couldn't help glancing at her. She wouldn't gain path enlightenment from this, would she? After a while, Lu Lingjun was still deeply absorbed, while Guan turned and walked towards the valley entrance. The Ephemeris sect had not only sent Venerable Qi Qian, but also an even more powerful presence. That person had already reached the entrance of the Third Medicine Valley. From a distance, Guan saw a woman in white walking towards the valley entrance, wearing a bamboo hat, looking very mysterious. Her hands were placed in front of her lower abdomen, white as snow, with a dignified demeanor, as if she were a fairy descended to the mortal world. It was hard to associate her with the demon cultivators of the Ephemeris sect. Fairy Bai Xia, 9th layer of Mystic Heart Realm, 2180/4900/6500, 9th layer of Mystic Heart Realm. This truly was an attempt to flatten the Supreme Sect in one fell swoop. Guan sighed inwardly and walked quickly. Soon, he stood before Fairy Bai Xia, cupping his hands in salute. The Ephemeris sect is causing chaos. May I ask what brings you here, Senior? Fairy Bai Xia's bamboo hat was draped with a veil, her red lips faintly visible, likely painted with thick lipstick. This which was very cautious, using some secret technique to make her cultivation appear at the first layer of the core formation realm. Little brother, the spiritual energy in this medicine valley is so abundant. Your identity must not be simple. Tell me, who are you? Fairy Bai Xia's voice was melodious, captivating. Guan raised his hand and grabbed her wrist, saying, I am just an ordinary outer disciple of the Supreme Sect. Fairy Bai Xia laughed, her laughter filled with chill. She did not struggle against Gu An's grip and used sound transmission skill. It said that Sword Venerable Fu Dao is only active within 1,000 miles. Little brother, if you have information about Sword Venerable Fu Dao, I can spare your life. Guan had anticipated her using sound transmission skill, so he chose to listen to her finish. Guan's expression turned serious. It seems you are indeed a demon cultivator. In an instant, Fairy Bai Xia felt a domineering and unparalleled force invade her body. Her face, hidden under the veil, turned pale with fear. She tried to shake off Guan's hand, but found she couldn't. Her wide, beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. More terrifying was that she couldn't speak or let her primordial spirit emerge. She had never experienced such a horrifying feeling. Her cultivation realm rapidly dropped, her primordial spirit being pressed deep into her soul. Her cultivation fell to the first layer of the core formation realm, matching her outward appearance. Impossible! Fairy Bai Xia was nearly in despair. The opponent's might and the drop in her cultivation left her utterly irrational. In her desperate gaze, Guin took out a pearl. The Thousand Shadow Pearl given to him by L.V. Batian. With his left hand still holding Fairy by Xia's wrist, Guin pressed the Thousand Shadow Pearl onto her abdomen with his right hand. "Demon Cultivator, take this!" Guin shouted, and with a loud boom, the Thousand Shadow Pearl burst into dazzling light. Spears of strength energy exploded, turning Fairy by Xia into a bloody corpse, covering Guin in blood. The Thousand Shadow Pearl couldn't kill a Mystic Heart Realm cultivator. Before using the pearl, Guin had forced her soul to scatter with mana, causing instant death. His shout attracted the attention of many servant disciples. Lu Lingjun suddenly appeared in front of Guin, seeing him covered in blood. She frowned and asked, "Are you all right? Why didn't you call me just now?" Guin pretended to be terrified. "I thought it was an inner sect disciple." It turned out she was a demon cultivator from the Ephemeris sect. Quickly destroy the body to avoid future trouble from the Ephemeris sect. He was trembling as he held the Thousand Shadow Pearl. Killing Fairy by Xia granted him an additional 495 years of lifespan. Not bad. Lu Lingjun, looking at the terrified Guin, immediately cast a spell to burn Fairy by Xia's body with spiritual fire. The residual mana in Bai Xia's body aided the burning, quickly reducing the body to ashes. Lu Lingjun couldn't detect the Nirvana realm's mana. These were vastly different powers, but she could confirm that the opponent indeed had the cultivation of the first layer of the core formation realm. Watching the ashes, Guin sighed with relief, muttering, "It's a pity she didn't have a storage bag or storage ring." Lu Lingjun retorted, "You don't seem too scared considering you look so timid. You are a golden list genius, and an initial core formation realm demon cultivator scared you like this." She began to reflect on the insights she gained from witnessing the battle earlier. She seemed to have grasped something. The Mystic Heart realm was indeed fascinating. The gap between the 9th layer of Unification realm and the Mystic Heart realm was unimaginable. She suddenly felt that only by achieving the Mystic Heart realm, one could be considered a truly powerful cultivator. Chapter 141. Sword cultivators must always be calm. Looking at Lu Lingjun falling into silence once again, Guin could feel that she had grasped the opportunity for a breakthrough. It was obvious that Lu Lingjun had been stuck at the 9th layer of the Unification realm for a long time, and her spiritual power was no longer able to grow. Guin pulled her into the valley and said, "Tell me, what is the Mystic Heart realm exactly like? It seems so powerful." Mystic Heart. Mystic Heart. Could it be that there is something special about the heart in this realm? Lu Lingjun's expression changed upon hearing this. Her heart was undergoing slight changes, with a thread of special power surging inside. This thread of special power was, of course, Guin's mana. However, he used it so skillfully, and the gap between their realms was so vast, that Lu Lingjun couldn't detect it was his power. Instead, she thought she was about to undergo a transformation. This thread of mana circled inside Lu Lingjun's heart and then returned to Guin's body, giving Lu Lingjun a fleeting sense of loss. At this time, other disciples in the valley gathered around, asking about the background of the female demon cultivator from earlier. Covered in blood, Guin gave a few brief answers before going back to the pavilion to wash himself. Lu Lingjun returned to the wooden fence, looked up at the thunderclouds, and continued to watch the battle. For the third Medicine Valley, Fairy by Xia was just a small episode. Even the servant disciples didn't pay much attention, not realizing that the deceased female demon cultivator's cultivation level surpassed all others in the 9 dynasties. Apart from Guin, she had the highest cultivation. Taichin Dynasty, Wanji Forest. Flags stood along the edges of the forest, enclosing a 100-mile radius area. Trenches carved out the ground, forming a labyrinth of ruined paths when seen from above. This was the Ephemeris sect's foundational formation, the 6-path Mahayana array. At the center of the formation, 7 black-robed figures sat in a circle, all meditating. They were all in the mystic heart realm, and above the 5th layer of the mystic heart realm, making them the top 7 among the Ephemersex 100 esteemed elders. One of the elderly women opened her eyes and said, "There are signs of a mystic heart realm battle in the direction of the Supreme Sect. It seems Vice Sect Hierarch and Venerable Qi Qian have started their actions. I wonder if Sword Venerable Fudao will make a move." Upon hearing this, the other 6 people opened their eyes. The Supreme Sect is in grave danger. Sword Venerable Fudao will definitely make a move. They say Sword Venerable Fudao's cultivation is at least at the 8th floor of the Mystic Heart Realm. I wonder if it's true. No matter what, with the Vice Sect Hierarch making a move, the Supreme Sect can only rely on Sword Venerable Fudao. We indeed underestimated the sects of this land. Though it appears barren and backward, it can call upon so many Mystic Heart Realm cultivators. Having stood for thousands of years, eventually someone will reach the Mystic Heart Realm. The Ephemersex top 7 conversed casually, speaking as if the fate of the Supreme Sect was already sealed. At the same time, thousands of miles away, amidst the mountains, the cultivators of the Supreme Sect were stationed. Disciples were monitoring each mountain peak within 1,000 miles around. In a temporary hall within the main camp, LV Baitian, Ancestor Xian Quan, and dozens of high-ranking members of the Supreme Sect gathered. And Hao and Wu Ju were also present. And Hao stood next to LV Baitian, while Wu Ju stood behind Zhou Yu from the Venerable Pavilion. LV Baitian sat there in a domineering manner, looking less like a righteous path sect leader and more like a demon lord. With a sullen face, he asked, "What does this mean? Does the Tsangtian sect want to be the alliance hierarch?" Ji Chun from the Ji family said helplessly, "Indeed, the number of sects from the 9 dynasties has exceeded 40, and doing things recklessly would rather entangle us. Therefore, the Tsangtian sect proposed to elect an alliance hierarch, and since they have dispatched 1,000,000 disciples and 4 Mystic Heart Realm Supreme Elders, they believe they should lead. For Mystic Heart Realms, truly terrifying. It should be known that before the Ephemerous Sect's disaster, the Unification Realm was the highest realm in the 9 dynasties. Little did anyone expect that when a 9 dynasties catastrophe arrived, the Tsangtian sect could summon 4 Mystic Heart Realm Supreme Elders. Not every supporting sect sent Mystic Heart Realms. This was the dispatch array for battle. The Tsangtian sect no doubt had other Mystic Heart Realm great cultivators stationed, just like the Supreme Sect. The Supreme Sect could only send 1 Mystic Heart Realm Supreme Elder. Compared in strength, the Supreme Sect really couldn't be compared to the Tsangtian sect. Ji Chen's words cast a silence over the hall. Many elders wanted to rebut, but had no rebuttal. The Ji family, Zhou family, and Gu family were the 3 major families of the Taizong dynasty. But in the 9 dynasties, they might not even be in the top 3. LV Baitian took a deep breath, staring hard at Ji Chun, asking, "Where is your Ji family's ancestor? Will they arrive?" Ji Chun replied, "They should arrive within these few days, but only one could be found. Just like sects, the Mystic Heart Realm cultivators within aristocratic families rarely stayed within the family, often traveling the world in search of higher fortunes." LV Baitian looked at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu immediately said, "The elders of our family are preoccupied, but the patriarch is trying their best to persuade them. We should be able to secure 1 Mystic Heart Realm within a month." LV Baitian frowned, feeling quite displeased, as one of the 4 Tsangtian sect's Mystic Heart Realms bore the Zhou name. He then shifted his gaze to Gugua from the Venerable Pavilion. Gugua, calm and composed, said, "I can't say for sure. The elders of my clan have quirky temperaments. We can't be certain how many will come, but we will definitely contribute. Our Gu family has always been duty-bound to the 9 dynasties." LV Baitian chuckled, watching this scene, and Hao was secretly amazed. It was his first encounter with the influence of the 3 major families. As strong as the sect leader was, even he had to speak politely. LV Batian was overbearing in nature, but showed restraint depending on who he was dealing with. Against the Chu family, he could suppress the whole clan, but against the three major families, he had to be courteous. Below the mystic heart realm, LV Batian was unparalleled. But due to the Ephemeris sect, it was now the era of the mystic heart realm. When I become the sect leader, all families must heed my command. And House swore to himself. In his mind, LV Batian's troubles stemmed from not being strong enough. As long as he was strong enough, he wouldn't fear the whims of any force. Wu Ju didn't ponder so deeply, being aligned with the Zhou family. He found this meeting noisy. Without eliminating the Ephemeris sect sooner, the Supreme sect's danger only increased. At this moment, an elder hurried into the hall, holding a jade scroll, and quickly said, "The sect is under attack by the Ephemeris sect's mystic heart realm." This statement caused an uproar, and Hao frowned, thinking of his sister and Exen. Wu Ju clenched his fist, thinking of Gu, and LV Batian asked, "How many mystic heart realms?" "One. So far, that's the information." "Then it's fine. Even if Ancestor Kusong is not a match, there's still Sword Venerable Fudao." LV Batian smiled, his words easing the tense atmosphere. A female elder couldn't help but mutter, "Will Sword Venerable Fudao really make a move?" Although Sword Venerable Fudao had helped the Supreme Sect several times, his mysterious identity still left many unsure if he indeed belonged to the Supreme Sect, especially when the sect's safety was at stake. The Supreme Sect, under the rolling thunderclouds, Venerable Qi Qian and Ancestor Kusong were still in fierce combat. Each wielded their magic artifacts, constantly casting spells, creating massive shockwaves that caused the thunderclouds to roil violently. At this moment, Venerable Qi Qian was filled with confusion. Why hasn't the Vice Sect Hierarch made a move yet? Although his cultivation was higher than Ancestor Kusong's, both being in the Mystic Heart Realm, it was difficult to eliminate Ancestor Kusong. He also had to guard against Sword Venerable Fudao's intervention. As time passed, his confidence gradually gave way to worry. "What are you waiting for?" Ancestor Kusong waved his horsetail whisk, boundless spiritual power condensing into thousands of green beams, attacking Venerable Qi Qian along different trajectories, spanning miles, forcing Venerable Qi Qian to dodge. This first battle of the Mystic Heart Realm was strenuous for Ancestor Kusong, but he could see that the opponent was wary of others, making it hard for him to focus on the battle. Ancestor Kusong thought of the mysterious Sword Venerable Fudao. Venerable Qi Qian didn't respond. He suddenly shifted direction, heading toward an outer gate city. Ancestor Kusong followed closely behind. On the other side, in the third Medicine Valley, Guan changed into a fresh robe and then went downstairs to join Lu Lingjun. Lu Lingjun had once again entered a state of path enlightenment. Her right hand rested on the wooden railing, and seeing this, Guan also placed his hand on the railing. Even though he was in the Nirvana realm, Guan couldn't change the fate of others. But for someone like Lu Lingjun, who already had one foot in the Mystic Heart Realm, he could lend a hand, helping her break through sooner. Guided by his mana, Lu Lingjun's spiritual power flowed into her heart, causing nature's spiritual energy to pour silently into her body. At this moment, Guan sensed something, looked up, and frowned, a flash of displeasure in his eyes. Venerable Qi Qian was approaching the third Medicine Valley, more precisely the outer gate city. "Where is Sword Venerable Fudao? If you don't act soon, your comrades will die in your sect." Venerable Qi Qian's voice echoed, filled with murderous intent, reaching the ears of the million disciples of the Supreme Sect. At the edge of the heavenly repair platform, Yilan and a group of law enforcement hall disciples guarded a corner. She looked up, seeing the roiling thunderclouds, feeling a heavy pressure. She could sense Venerable Qi Qian approaching, and the oppressive aura grew stronger. She clenched the white spirit sword in her hand. Thousands of cultivators were on the heavenly repair platform, but only a few remained calm and meditative. Mad swordsman Han Ming had long since returned to the dynasty. Zhuo Lin stood beside his father, Zhuo Yijian, nervously asking, "Father, are we not leaving yet?" Zhuo Yijian held the investiture of the gods, calmly saying, "Where can we go? But trust sword venerable Fu Dao." Listening to his father's words, Zhuo Lin wanted to curse. You trust the investiture of the gods. He really wanted to tear apart the investiture of the gods in Zui Yijian's hands. Far in the Third Medicine Valley, Gun had already used divine sense to cover the outer gate city, locking onto someone. "It's decided, it will be you." Zui Yijian seemed to sense Zhuo Lin's anger. He turned to the next page, saying, "Son, when faced with matters, don't rush. A sword cultivator must always be composed." At that moment, the treasure sword placed beside him began to tremble violently, catching his attention. A vast sword intent leaked from the sword, causing Zhuo Yijian to be moved. Zhuo Yijian trembled with excitement, forgetting the words he wanted to say to his son. Chapter 142, Valley Master touches your hand. Is that not okay? When Zhuo Yijian trembled, Zhuo Lin also noticed the unusual movement of his treasure sword. The vast sword intent made the scabbard shake violently. Under Zhuo Lin's shocked gaze, the scabbard, along with the sword, floated up. Zhuo Yijian stood up, staring at his sword, believing he hadn't perceived it wrongly. This was Sword Venerable Fu Dao's sword intent. On the heavenly repair platform, more and more people felt the sword intent of Sword Venerable Fu Dao, including Yilan. She turned her head, looking far towards Zui Yijian's direction with a look of astonishment. Boom! Suddenly, the thunderclouds burst open, and the outer city instantly brightened. A violent wind descended from the sky, causing the buildings in the city to tremble. Outer disciples and servant disciples with low cultivation levels were pressed to the ground, everyone struggling to lift their heads to see. A huge hole appeared in the thunderclouds above the outer city, with a diameter reaching tens of miles. The thunderclouds failed to reform, and under the sunlight, Venerable Qi Qian and Ancestor Kusong were engaged in a fierce battle. The two were 100 zhang apart, continuously casting spells, their spells colliding and creating strong winds and intense light. The terrifying pressure twisted the city's protective light shield violently, on the verge of breaking. "Father, this is..." Zhuo Lin looked incredulously at Zhuo Yijian, his voice trembling. Could his father be the mysterious Sword Venerable Fu Dao? Others were also having the same thought, as this sword intent was overwhelmingly powerful. Even Venerable Qi Qian in the high sky felt that sword intent. His gaze turned towards Zhuo Yijian, locking onto him, his brow furrowed. Could this person be Sword Venerable Fu Dao? At this moment, Zhuo Yijian suddenly half-knelt, looking at his constantly quivering treasure sword, and shouted, "Please, Sword Venerable, save our sect." As his words fell, clang, the sound of the sword leaving the scabbard tore through all the noise of the world. Venerable Qi Qian jumped away abruptly, retreating to the top of the thunderclouds, distancing himself from Ancestor Kusong. He looked down at the heavenly repair platform, his 18 golden short knives gathering into a long knife before him, his expression manic with laughter, and shouted, "Sword Venerable Fu Dao, come out quickly. Let me see how powerful you are." This voice resounded throughout the supreme sect. He wasn't just provoking Sword Venerable Fu Dao, but also passing a message to the vice sect hierarch, urging him to come quickly. He was a cultivator of the 5th layer of the mystic heart realm. Even if he couldn't defeat Sword Venerable Fu Dao, holding him off for a while wouldn't be difficult. However, the only response was the sound of something breaking through the air. As soon as Venerable Qi Qian spoke, the treasure sword before Zhuo Yijian suddenly aimed at Venerable Qi Qian. The terrifying sword intent exploded instantly, sending everyone around flying away. The entire city saw a chilling light shoot out from the city, soaring to the sky, unstoppable. In his backward motion, Zwolin saw the chilling light cleaving through the sea of thunderclouds in the sky, as if splitting the heavens in half, shocking his eyes. Venerable Qi Qian was also frightened by the sudden, attacking treasure sword. That was fast. Unable to dodge in time, he instinctively raised the long knife in his hand, but he couldn't bring up the knife faster than the speed at which the treasure sword was coming. With a boom, the long knife in his hand shattered. As the sword tip neared him, the horrifying sword Qi of the Taitsong, divine shocking sword, erupted abruptly, crushing his flesh. With one sweep of the sword, Venerable Qi Qian's figure vanished. Where the sword passed, the sea of clouds split, leaving a grand and unparalleled sword Qi mark in the sky. A renowned great cultivator of the mystic heart realm couldn't even escape with his primordial spirit, not to mention using his mystic heart divine power. The gap was too vast. Venerable Qi Qian had no power to resist. Ancestor Kusong, suspended high in the sky, his robes fluttering and white hair blowing, looked at the direction where the sword Qi went. This supreme elder was dumbfounded, unable to stay calm. Having fought with Venerable Qi Qian, he deeply understood the terror of this demon cultivator, feeling an unfathomable depth. Such a powerful existence was killed by sword Venerable Fudao with one slash? From beginning to end, sword Venerable Fudao never showed up. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air came again, and the treasure sword flew back from the horizon, drawing a perfect arc in the sky, finally falling into the heavenly repair platform. Clang! The sword blade plunged into the platform, sparks flying, the sword body shaking violently, creating afterimages. Laying on the ground, Zhou Yijian looked at his treasure sword, unable to close his mouth. The entire city was silent. Far away in the Third Medicine Valley, Gu An's lips curled up, the lifespan stealing prompt appearing before his eyes, proving Venerable Qi Qian was indeed dead. Guan turned his head towards the main city of the sect, where the battle was still ongoing, but he had no intention to intervene. He had already acted twice today. One more, thrice makes it noteworthy. The Supreme Sect also needed its tribulation crossing. Soon, thunderous cheers erupted in the outer city. Even the servant disciples in the Third Medicine Valley could hear it. Though they couldn't make out what was being shouted, they were all very nervous. Guan stayed beside Lu Lingjun, fearing other disciples would interrupt her path enlightenment. In the outer city, more and more people rushed up to the heavenly repair platform. Ancestor Kusong descended from the sky, falling in the center of the crowd, right in front of Zhou Yijian. At this moment, Zhou Yijian was tightly gripping his sword, unwilling to sheath it, let alone hand it over to anyone. "Junior, can you let me see this sword?" Ancestor Kusong smiled warmly as he asked. Zhou Yijian looked at him as if guarding against a thief, not agreeing. "Wait, the sword intent below us is strengthening." A sudden cry from an old man made everyone look down, seeing the flowing sword intent in the characters of Righteous Path. Just now, as the sword fell, Gu'n's sword intent had passed into these two characters, enhancing the sword intent within, amplifying sword Venerable Fudao's deterrence. Ancestor Kusong turned and looked at the two words of Righteous Path, feeling the flowing sword intent within. He slowly closed his eyes. Zhou Yijian turned to leave, retreating, sending a message to Zwolin, saying, "Liner, go retrieve my investiture of the gods." Far away, Yilan stood at the edge of the heavenly repair platform, surrounded by disciples of the Hall of Law Enforcement, who discussed the power of sword Venerable Fudao excitedly. She, however, thought of Guan. With such a powerful backing, her senior brother should be very safe, right? The sun set and the moon rose, and after the moon set, a new day dawned. After a full day and night, the battle in the main city of the sect finally came to an end. In the morning, after morning exercises, Gu In and Xiaochuan guarded Lu Lingjun on either side. Leaning against the wooden fence, Xiaochuan stood 5 steps away from Lu Lingjun, curiously asking, "Senior brother, what is she doing?" Lu Lingjun's anomaly had been noticed by all disciples. Guan forbade anyone from disturbing her. Thus, she managed to stay undisturbed for an entire night. Guan speculated she might be practicing some kind of miracle skill. She's a great cultivator. Her realm is beyond our guessing. What kind of cultivation technique can keep her motionless all night? Xiaochuan asked, puzzled. It's not a cultivation technique. It's just that I've understood, Lu Lingjun suddenly said. Xiaochuan was stunned, taking a few steps back. Lu Lingjun didn't look at him, but glanced at Guangu and also stepped back, signaling Xiaochuan with his eyes, and Xiaochuan immediately slipped away. Guan concernedly asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Thank you for staying by my side," Lu Lingjun replied calmly. Guan pretended to be relieved, then said, "You should rest. Standing for a day must be tiring." I suddenly remembered. Did you hold my hand when we returned yesterday? Lu Lingjun stepped forward and asked. She had been immersed in the recollection of her path enlightenment and hadn't shrugged off Gu An's hand, which seemed absurd to her on reflection. Guan coughed awkwardly, saying, "I was scared at the time. Don't mind it. I've never had a man hold my hand before." Lu Lingjun said, staring at Guan, "Ha. Do you think I believe that? Living for 2,000 years, try to play ghost stories with me?" Gu An's face turned stern. He said seriously, "What? The Valley Master can't feel your hand?" He had saved her 100 years of detours. What was holding her hand worth? Lu Lingjun smiled, her smile carrying deeper implications. She said, "All right, from now on, you are mine then." She didn't wait for Gu An's reply and turned to leave. Guan froze briefly, quickly catching up, saying, "Ms. Lu, I was joking. Don't take it to heart. After a while, I will talk to the sect leader and have him transfer you out." Too late. Lu Lingjun pushed Guan aside, continuing forward. Guan said to himself, "This was bad. He got tricked. By the way, I plan to cross the tribulation above the Medicine Valley. What do you think?" Lu Lingjun's voice trailed as she stopped and faced away from Guan. Guan frowned, asking, "Crossing the tribulation requires a lot of preparation. Why not wait for the sect leader to return? He'll ask him to take you to the tribulation area." "I can't wait. With your strong ties in the Supreme Sect, if anyone comes, you speak for me. Don't worry, I won't affect the medicinal herbs in the valley." With that, she leapt up, flying thousands of feet high. A green lotus flew out from her sleeve, rapidly expanding. She stepped into the lotus and sat down. This scene made the servant disciples exclaim. Xiaochuan approached Guan again, asking what Lu Lingjun was doing. Guan looked up at Lu Lingjun, replying, "She's going to cross the tribulation." As he watched, Lu Lingjun kept waving her hands, and one magic artifact after another flew out, quickly forming circle after circle of formations around her. He suddenly became interested, wanting to see how terrifying a heavenly tribulation in the mystic heart realm was. Crossing the tribulation, Xiaochuan was stunned, his gaze shifting to the sky where Lu Lingjun was. In the Wanji forest, within the 6 Paths Mahayana array, a group of 7 figures suddenly saw a black flame appear among them, startling them to their feet, who then bowed. "Greetings, sect hierarch," the 7 figures said in unison, drawing the attention of the cult followers arranging the offerings nearby. The offerings were all living people, each stuck with talisman paper, unable to move. The place where they stood was encircled by formations, their faces filled with terror. Some even fainted from fear. "Where's the vice sect hierarch?" A tired voice came from within the black flame, belonging to Butcher Immortal Jing, the ephemeris sect's sect hierarch. An old man wearing a mask replied, "He hasn't returned yet, but the attack on the Supreme Sect has already failed. We lost 70% of our spies in the Supreme Sect. According to the messages we received, Venerable Qiqian was killed by Sword Venerable Fudao with 1 strike. But the vice sect hierarch has not shown up. It's unclear where he went." His tone grew heavy when mentioning this. Chapter 143, Are You Really Panning? The masked elder's voice fell, and the floating black flame halted. The other six all lowered their heads, their expressions fluctuating between dark and light. After the battle with the Supreme Sect, their dread of the sword Venerable Fudao reached a new height. The masked elder continued. During this period, the main branch's losses have amounted to 20% of the congregation, among them 17 cultivators of the unification realm. We cannot determine the life or death of the vice sect hierarch. Do you have any way to ascertain this, sect leader? Upon hearing this, Butcher Immortal Jing's voice came from within the black flame. The vice sect hierarch is unrestrained. Even I do not know her whereabouts, but she cannot be dead, unless a Mayana cultivator is born in the 9 Dynasties land. And even if there were one, to kill her would be no small feat. Have you felt the suppressive aura surpassing the mystic heart realm? The masked elder replied, No, but the sudden disappearance of the vice sect hierarch makes me have to consider it seriously. Rest assured, she is perhaps entangled in some matter, not dead without a trace. Moreover, I have already cast a spell on myself. No route for return. Continue finding sacrifices, the more the better. I need a glance at the heavenly destiny in one fell swoop. The voice of Butcher Immortal Jing rang out, and 7 figures replied in unison. Shentang Dynasty, 3 Pure Ones Mountain. This sect, honored by the dynasty as a land of immortals, was hidden within a lake, with majestic peaks only faintly visible like a mirage. Under an old tree, Lee sat cross-legged, facing away from the cliff. The North Sea heavy sword stood beside him as he propped his hands on his knees, his eyes fixed on the chessboard on the ground, showing a troubled expression. He groaned, unable to help but rub his scalp. At this moment, a soul body descended from the old tree. It was the soul of the ancestor of the Leaf family, looking even more solid than before. Ha ha ha. Boy, I told you long ago, the assessment of 3 Pure Ones Mountain is extremely difficult and requires innate wisdom. Your comprehension is still insufficient, far from mine. In those days, I solved the chess puzzle in only 3 years, but judging by your look, you might not succeed even in 10 years, the ancestor of the Lee family said gleefully. Leah glared and cursed. What kind of ancestor are you? Hoping your descendants are inferior to you? I don't believe I'm truly worse than you. The ancestor of the Lee family chuckled. My master predicted that the Lee family would produce a person of heavenly destiny to help me overcome tribulations. I thought it was you, but now it seems it might be someone else. Child, why not give up cultivation, go down a mountain, get married, and give birth to the person of heavenly destiny as soon as possible? Leah, furious, immediately stood up and drew the North Sea heavy sword, ready to strike at the ancestor. What are you two arguing about again? An elderly voice came. Leah turned his head, seeing a figure emerging from the mist. It was an elderly Taoist in a green robe, with white hair yet youthful features, holding a horsetail whisk that seemed to carry threads of cloud, full of celestial air. He quickly saluted, Disciple greets, Martial Master. The ancestor of the Lee family also saluted the green-robed Taoist. Greetings, Master. This green-robed Taoist was known as Taoist Tianshu, with an ethereal and immortal bearing, like a true immortal of the mortal world. Taoist Tianshu landed on the cliff, smiling. Who says the person of heavenly destiny hasn't been born? I calculated before, and the Lee family's chief fortune has shown signs of soaring, indicating that the person of heavenly destiny has already been born. The ancestor of the Lee family chuckled. I was just teasing this boy. He's arrogant and needs to temper his spirit, or else he'll cause trouble for me after descending the mountain. Taoist Tianshu waved the horsetail whisk, causing the chessboard on the ground to turn to ashes, vanishing into smoke. Leah frowned and asked, Martial Master, what are you doing? He felt anxious inside. Could it be that even the Martial Master thought he had no innate wisdom? Taoist Tianshu smiled. The great calamity of the 9 dynasties is descending, and the tribulation is ever more dangerous. possibly endangering 3 Pure One's mountain itself. Thus, I cannot continue to test you. All 3 branches of 3 Pure One's mountain must ascend the mountain to save the world. Before leaving, I will teach you a divine skill to protect the mountain. If 3 Pure One's mountain perishes, I hope you can pass on the 3 Pure One's Taoist tradition. Descend the mountain. Leah and the ancestor of the Leaf family's expressions changed simultaneously. Please teach me, martial master. I also want to join the fight. Leah immediately said. Taoist Tian Shu shook his head. Your cultivation level is too low to affect this tribulation. If we fail, there are others in the mountain who will take you away from the land of the 9 dynasties to live in another world far away. This continent belongs to the demon clan. Our sect standing here for so many years has already reached the heavenly destiny's year. He stroked his beard and smiled, looking like one who has seen through worldly matters, without a trace of worry on his face. But no buts, be obedient. Leah hesitated, his face full of inner struggle. Taoist Tian Shu smiled and asked, Do you have someone you can't let go of? The ancestor of the Li family teased. He's concerned about his junior brother Gu. Taoist Tian Shu, upon hearing this, gently said, In life, being able to control your destiny is transcendence. Human actions determine fate, do not force it. Leah remained silent. Supreme Sect, 3rd Medicine Valley. The world was dim, and disciples gathered in the valley, looking up at the spectacular sight in the sky. Guan among them. They saw bolts of heavenly lightning crashing down, all intertwining at a single point where Lu Lingjun had set up a formation. Golden lightning resembling dragons fell, causing the formation to burst forth with rainbow light, sweeping across the sky with great momentum. At a distance, on the mountain peaks surrounding the 3rd Medicine Valley, many Supreme Sect cultivators stood, ranging from cultivators to elders, with their cultivation levels at least at the core formation realm, watching Lu Lingjun's lightning tribulation and discussing. The range of the lightning tribulation extended over 100 miles, with red light emanating from the thundercloud region, looking like a heavenly eye. In front of this heavenly eye, the 3rd Medicine Valley seemed insignificant. Fortunately, the heavenly lightning focused solely on Lu Lingjun. Otherwise, the valley would have faced catastrophic destruction. Gu Zong stood beside Guan, sighing, The mystic heart realm is indeed ineffable. Just witnessing the tribulation fills me with endless thoughts. Lu Lingjun's tribulation had lasted 3 days, with the divine might being most terrifying yesterday, but weakening today. Even so, each bolt of heavenly lightning now could still kill a Unification Realm cultivator. Looking up, one could see Unification Realm great cultivators guarding each direction in the sky. Knowing that Lu Lingjun was an inner sect elder, the Supreme Sect rejoiced, even assisting in setting up the formation. Whenever the formation was about to disintegrate, the Unification Realm elders would step in, using their spiritual power to maintain it. This demonstrated the unity of the Supreme Sect to Guan. Some doubted Lu Lingjun's identity, until Gu Zong said that even if she were a demon cultivator, succeeding in the breakthrough, she would not be a match for the sword Venerable Fudao. These words dispelled all worries. Guan also sighed. I never expected that among the servant disciples the sect leader casually assigned me, there could be one with such formidable cultivation. I truly am thrice fortunate. Gu Zong laughed. Perhaps you possess the great fortune of energy movement, capable of writing the investiture of the gods. In the unseen, maybe you are a reincarnated great power, recalling events of your previous life. Guan rolled his eyes at him. Truly imaginative. I indeed have a past life. In my past life, I am a descendant of Yin and Huang. Gu Zong's words were just for humor, but he was also very curious about how such a powerful mystic heart realm cultivator could emerge from Gu Ans Medicine Valley. Immortal cultivators believed in chi fortune. The greater the mystical cultivation, the more they believed. Gu Zong considered the Shinjo scriptures that Gu and had given to 10 talented disciples earlier and wondered if he should also cultivate his mind. Guan returned his attention to Lu Lingjun. Her mystic heart was already formed, marking a successful breakthrough, with her cultivation set to soar. He sighed inwardly. Tribulation crossing is truly difficult. Without those formations and elixirs, Guan thought it would be impossible to cross the tribulation with just the power of someone with the 9th layer of the unification realm. The spiritual power of the 9th layer of the unification realm was indeed vast, but to resist heavenly lightning required immense expenditure. Guan hadn't calculated how many elixirs Lu Lingjun had consumed, but it must have been an extraordinary number. At one point, Guan even wanted to help her because she almost couldn't hold on, unable to even take elixirs in time. Fortunately, the Supreme Sect's Unification Realm cultivators intervened in time. More than 20 Unification Realm elders and Mystic Heart Realm ancestor Kusong worked together to protect Lu Lingjun. Once the most difficult stage of the heavenly tribulation passed, Ancestor Kusong left in the morning. Guan didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Ancestor Kusong's back looked very desolate. It seems the tribulation crossing was successful. I should go. After her cultivation stabilizes, be sure to build a good relationship with her and try to keep her in the Medicine Valley. We'll make further arrangements when the sect leader returns, Gu Zong said before leaving. He flew into the sky, transmitting a few messages to the other Unification Realm elders before leaving. Even though Gu Zong was only in the Void Crossing Realm, his status was extremely high. Firstly, he had the backing of the Gu family, and secondly, he held the power of managing the sect, which had delayed his own cultivation. Reaching the Unification Realm, almost all such cultivators detach themselves from mundane affairs, usually in seclusion for cultivation, avoiding sect management matters. Guan looked not far away, where Shunjun was painting a portrait of Lu Lingjun's tribulation crossing. What recklessness! Even daring to offend a great Mystic Heart Realm cultivator. 2 days later, as the Thunder Tribulation completely faded, Lu Lingjun successfully crossed it, formally stepping into the Mystic Heart Realm. After retracting the formation, many of the Supreme Sect's Unification Realm great cultivators swarmed around her, exchanging pleasantries. For the assistance she received, Lu Lingjun was equally grateful, maintaining a humble demeanor that pleased the great cultivators. They were all very excited. The Supreme Sect had gained a new Mystic Heart Realm cultivator. Especially at this crucial time, heaven truly favored the Supreme Sect. After a long time, Lu Lingjun finally broke free from their compliments and flew towards the Medicine Valley, coincidentally seeing Gu and being pestered by Shunjun. Upon seeing Lu Lingjun descend, Shunjun immediately stored her painting paper into her storage bag. Lu Lingjun landed in front of them, looking at Shunjun. Were you painting my tribulation crossing earlier? Guan quickly said, This is the holy daughter of the Daotian sect, Shunjun. She meant no offense. She was in awe of your strength. The emphasis was on the Daotian sect. Seeing Shunjun standing close to Guan, Lu Lingjun frowned and said, Ms. Shun, please maintain a gentleman's distance from Guan in the future. Shunjun asked in surprise, Why? Could it be a great cultivator like you has? Lu Lingjun did not answer, just quietly looked at her. Haven't you heard of the name Guan? Shunjun asked curiously. Guan immediately said, It's all your fault, writing that lousy book in my name, tarnishing my reputation. Lu Lingjun had already read the Supreme Secret records and suspected him, so he spoke first to clarify. Shunjun wasn't angry, laughing. Tarnishing your reputation? Didn't you benefit from it? Lu Lingjun's gaze towards Guan turned peculiar, sensing she was criticizing his greed. At this moment, Shunjun added, Senior, Guan is not simple. He is the author of the Investiture of the Gods, Panin. You should keep him in check, as there are many women who admire him. After speaking, she saluted Lu Lingjun and turned to leave. Guan sensed trouble. Lu Lingjun did not pay attention to Shunjun, but instead looked intently at Guin, asking, "Are you really Panin?" Chapter 144. Prepare for the arrival of the Immortal. Guin spent quite a while dealing with Lu Lingjun before sending her away. Of course, another reason was that Lu Lingjun also needed time to adapt to the Mystic Heart Realm. He felt uneasy, knowing that Lu Lingjun, who knew his true identity as Pan En, might entangle him even more. He remembered that Lu Lingjun loved reading Investiture of the Gods when she had nothing else to do. In the days that followed, Lu Lingjun's name spread throughout the Supreme Sect, invigorating all the disciples. The 3 words Mystic Heart Realm were enough to boost the morale of the entire sect. The news quickly reached the Taichin dynasty. All the cultivators in the Supreme Sect's main stronghold were very excited upon hearing this. During this time, they deeply realized the terror of the Mystic Heart Realm. It was no exaggeration to say that the only factor determining the outcome of the battlefield now was the Mystic Heart Realm. No matter how many Unification Realm cultivators there were, they couldn't match up to the Mystic Heart Realm. LV Batian was very pleased, explaining that he had personally recruited Lu Lingjun into the Supreme Sect. This also reassured those higher-ups who felt unfamiliar with Lu Lingjun. A mysterious great cultivator of Mystic Heart Realm suddenly appearing, especially at this critical moment, naturally aroused suspicion among the authorities. They began to request LV Batian to summon Lu Lingjun to join the battle. Solely relying on ancestor Xian Quan was too weak an involvement for the Supreme Sect in this war. Within the 9 Dynasties Alliance, they hardly had any significant voice. It was an incredible humiliation for the Supreme Sect, which had just held a Golden List competition. LV Batian temporarily suppressed these requests, wanting to leave Lu Lingjun time to consolidate her cultivation level. Later, under the leadership of the Santian sect, the 9 Dynasties sects occasionally launched attacks on Wanji Forest. Great cultivators charged in, middle-level cultivators tried to rescue captured prisoners, and lower-level cultivators handled supply and logistics tasks. No matter how hard the 9 Dynasties sects tried to break through, they could not penetrate the Mahayana array of the ephemeris sect. News kept spreading, making more and more people in the world realize that the great calamity of the 9 Dynasties had arrived, a crisis that concerned all of humanity. Autumn arrived. Lu Lingjun had been in seclusion for a month, and during this time, Guin did not disturb her. Guin still traveled back and forth to various medicine valleys. Now, Ninshu Cave had also entered a smooth track, and Tian Yaoer did things more and more to his satisfaction. He hadn't gone to Ninshu Cave for 6 days. On this day, Gu Zong came to visit Guin. He asked Gu and to convey to Lu Lingjun that she should head to Wanji Forest to provide support as soon as she came out of seclusion. Guin agreed. The battlefield in Wanji Forest was becoming even more severe. Using his divine sense, Guin saw that Wanji Forest was still in the midst of a great battle. Tens of thousands of cultivators were arrayed in every direction, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing the entire Taichin dynasty's spiritual energy to surge toward Wanji Forest. It was extremely tragic. Guin watched for a while before withdrawing his divine sense. The number of sacrificial offerings continued to increase, most likely prepared for that Mahayana cultivator. The death of Fairy by Xia didn't seem to have affected that Mahayana cultivator's plan. Guin continued his inspection of the 3rd Medicine Valley. Until evening, Lu Lingjun walked out of her courtyard and came to the pavilion to visit Guin Gu and conveyed Gu Zong's request. It was up to Lu Lingjun to decide whether to go or not. As a Mystic Heart Realm cultivator, no one could control her. I heard about it earlier. I will depart shortly. Lu Lingjun nodded, her expression cold and aloof, perhaps revealing her true self. She was the strongest cultivator in the lower realm. No longer hiding her cultivation, she didn't disguise her nature anymore either. Guin looked at her, wondering why she hadn't left yet. Lu Lingjun stared at him and said, "I can sense many Mystic Heart Realm auras in Wanji Forest, and there's even one that makes my heart palpitate. This journey likely holds great danger." Her eyes were beautiful, yet deeply profound from years of experience, fixing on Gu and in a way that made him inexplicably guilty. Guin responded, "Do what you can. If you can't turn the tide, then protect yourself." Lu Lingjun smiled and said, "Naturally, I want to sacrifice myself for the supreme sect. However, I am about to join such a dangerous war. Do you have anything you want to say to me?" Guin cleared his throat and said seriously, "Ms. Lu, the previous time I held your hand was unintentional. Don't overthink it. As for matters of love, they can't be decided lightly. Two people need mutual affection to commit for life, not just a brief touch. And, to be honest with you, I didn't write Investiture of the Gods. I just heard it from a Taoist named Su Zhonglin." Lu Lingjun laughed and said, "If it was really someone else, how could you bask in this false reputation for decades?" Gun was at a loss for words. He couldn't exactly say the original author wasn't from this world. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you wrote Investiture of the Gods. After being with you for so many years, I know your nature is indeed good. Although greedy, it was always consensual. You always treat people politely, neither humble to those above nor arrogant to those below. Lu Lingjun began to praise Guin, making him feel a bit euphoric. Was I really this good? Lu Lingjun turned her tone and said, "You are excellent in every aspect except your cultivation level. If you want to be my Taoist friend, first cultivate to the void crossing realm. Before that, I will keep an eye on you. Once you reach the void crossing realm, I have an untested cultivation technique we can practice together." Practice together? Guin suddenly thought of some scenes in the Supreme Secret Records, and a surge of heat rose in his heart. Something's off, trying to destroy my Taoist heart. Guin looked at Lu Lingjun again, feeling that her smile was so sinister. A 2,000-year-old woman wanting to lure this 70-year-old youngster? Then you better give up. I won't reach the void crossing realm for the rest of my life, Guin said seriously. Lu Lingjun smiled, then stood up. She placed her right hand on the table, leaving a ring set with red jade, and said, "This is the double heart ring. Refine it, and I can detect if you're in danger and might save your life." Without waiting for Guin to respond, she disappeared from the room. Guin looked at the double heart ring on the table, silent. He couldn't help but glance at the Qinghong sword also on the table, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Damn, heavenly Tao. Why arrange for one woman after another to like him? Afraid he'll keep hiding? One night passed. The next day at noon, Guin arrived at Tianya Valley. He found only Luo Hun left in the valley. He found Luo Hun and asked where LV Xian and Iluyan had gone. They followed His Majesty on a campaign to the Taichun dynasty. His Majesty said that since the world is in trouble, as an emperor, he must contribute. Luo Hun replied, his face full of admiration. Had Li Xiandao not left him to guard the valley, he too would have wanted to join the battle. Guin didn't expect Li Xiandao to have such a sense of duty. He didn't comment much, just nodded, then turned and walked toward the park. So, Guin waited for another half a month. He stood at the window of the Mystic Valley Pavilion, using his divine sense to look at Wanji Forest. Lu Lingjun was fighting a Mystic Heart Realm cultivator, with several others battling nearby. The mountainous area within 1,000 miles had become a wasteland, covered in dust. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses everywhere, a shocking sight. That Mahayana cultivator still hadn't shown up. Guin couldn't believe it. Could he really keep hiding forever? If that mysterious sacrificial array started and the enemy still hadn't appeared, he would have to act to prevent the 9 dynasties' cultivators from being entirely wiped out. After all, there was still a demonic calamity to deal with later. Guin looked towards the 9 Nether Road, which had already become the territory of the Ephemerous sect. Within 1,000 miles, ephemera flowers could be seen everywhere. Once the Ephemerous sect hierarch was dealt with, those flowers could be harvested. This time, the Ephemerous sect must be eradicated to prevent any future resurgence. Wanji Forest, within the Mahayana array. 7 authorities of the Ephemera sect opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes fierce. The masked elder at the lead spoke first. Ladies and gentlemen, the auspicious time has come. Prepare to activate the formation and welcome the hierarch. He stood up, and the other 6 followed suit. Finally, we've waited long enough. Rumor has it Taichun harbors a divine beast, Chun's snake. Who knows if this sacrifice will attract it? Such an ethereal legend. So many have died, yet Chun's snake has never appeared. Speaking of which, the sword Venerable Fudao hasn't shown up. I'm somewhat relieved. It seems he's wary of us. He guards the supreme sect only because it threatens him. Even without us, the 9 dynasties would face extermination. Great cultivators like him pursue longevity. To live long, one must avoid peril, naturally not subjecting themselves to danger. Their tone was relaxed, feeling confident that their plot was about to succeed. Then, they each stepped back and began casting spells. Rumble, the ground beneath them split apart, and massive tree roots broke through the earth. They stepped on the roots and rose into the air, distancing themselves from the ground. Meanwhile, all the great cultivators fighting in the distance sensed an ominous aura. LV Batian turned and looked, his brows furrowed. He muttered 3 words, ephemeral tree. This ephemeral tree was far more terrifying than the one on 9 Nether Road. The aura, as if from the 9 Netherworld, struck fear into everyone's hearts. On the ground, countless human prisoners stared in horror at the colossal tree rising, dwarfed even by its leaves. Thousands of miles away, Lu Lingjun, wielding dual swords and surrounded by a golden sash like a coiling dragon, turned her head to see the silhouette of the origin tree of ephemera on the horizon. A small snake emerged from her coiffure, flicking its tongue. What a terrifying aura! This is no joke. Having fought this long, we've repaid our debts. It's time to flee. This little snake was none other than the white spirit demon emperor who had ascended with her, bearing Unification Realm 8th floor cultivation. Hundreds of feet away, a Mystic Heart Realm great cultivator of the Ephemera sect, trapped by Lu Lingjun's formation, laughed maniacally while resisting. Thinking of fleeing? It's too late. Prepare to welcome the Immortal. Immortal? Lu Lingjun frowned, and the white spirit demon emperor was also startled. Looking at the great cultivator, it asked, if you had an immortal, wouldn't you have conquered the 9 dynasties long ago? The great cultivator kept a smile without explaining and began to break the formation with all his might. Elsewhere, Mystic Heart Realm cultivators also paused their battles. The 9 dynasties cultivators looked in horror at the origin tree of ephemera, while the ephemera sect members grew excited, confident of their victory. Chapter 145. Take it to save all beings. The origin tree of ephemera broke through the earth, spreading its immense and dense branches. Countless leaves quickly sprouted, covering the entire Wanji forest, spanning thousands of miles. Its trunk was as towering as a giant mountain. A horrifying human face emerged from the trunk of the origin tree of ephemera, with only the facial features visible. It wore a greedy and cruel smile, making the countless captives below tremble with fear. At this moment, countless people fainted from fright. They all had talisman papers stuck to them, preventing them from speaking, amplifying their inner terror to the extreme. Upon seeing the human face growing from the origin tree of ephemera, the great cultivators of the 9 dynasties went mad. Everyone, we have nowhere left to retreat. Think about your children and grandchildren. If we lose today, there will be no place left for the human race on this land. A domineering voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, like thunderclaps, deafening the ears. As the voice fell, a dazzling golden light erupted from the horizon, speeding forward with unstoppable momentum. 4 Mystic Heart Realm cultivators from the ephemera sect appeared out of thin air, casting spells in unison, trying to intercept the golden light. However, Just as the two sides were about to collide, the golden light burst forth with thousands of beams, continuing its deadly trajectory. A majestic green river surged from behind. On its head stood a man in a black robe, holding a Zen stick with boundless spiritual power, stirring up waves of wind. From other directions, great cultivators also charged forward, each using their divine skills, creating a magnificent spectacle. On the side of the 9 dynasties, all Mystic Heart Realm cultivators launched a full-scale assault, vowing to reach the origin tree of ephemera. LV Batian raised the great flag he held high, and the 100,000 inner sect disciples below revealed their magical artifacts in unison. They quickly moved, changing formations, and lines of spiritual power dragons soared into the sky. There were fire dragons and ice dragons, intertwining and roaring, shaking the heavens and earth. Lu Lingjun rode a white python, cruising through the sky. She released the treasure sword in her hands and took out a great bow, drawing the bowstring to a full circle, gathering spiritual power into an arrow. Nature's spiritual energy surged toward this arrow, condensing together and greatly enhancing its aura. The right hand, pulling the bowstring, emitted a dazzling light. In another direction, Taoist Tianshu from the Three Pure Ones mountain led dozens of Taoists, flying towards Wanji Forest. A battle far surpassing any before erupted. Boom! In Mystic Valley, Guan stood atop a mountain, hearing the distant rumble. Beside him, Chu Jingfeng was highly agitated, unable to stay calm. This commotion, Chu Jingfeng frowned. Sensing the sound coming from afar, it reminded him of Wanji Forest of the Taichen dynasty. The Battle of Wanji Forest had spread throughout the immortal cultivation world, and those servant disciples who had wandered through the outer sect always talked about it when they returned. The battle had already been ongoing for a long time, and now, with such a sudden and terrifying outbreak, it was hard to imagine what was happening. Rolling dark clouds began to appear in the sky, coming aggressively to cover the heavens. Guan looked into the distance and softly said, "The fate of the 9 dynasties is at stake. Unfortunately, we can do nothing but pray that the heavens stand on the side of the righteous path." Chu Jingfeng took a deep breath and said, "Tell me, what level must one reach to save all living beings single-handedly?" Guan glanced at him and smiled. "Why? Do you have such an ideal?" Sword Venerable Fudao has repeatedly saved the Supreme Sect single-handedly. As a sword cultivator, he is naturally who I aspire to become. But the longer I cultivate, the more I feel my talent and comprehension are mediocre, Chu Jingfeng said, looking into the distance, his eyes becoming lost. Guan smiled. "If you realize that, you must diligently practice the Taoist expansion skill I taught you. Although this technique comes from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, I haven't mastered it either, but I believe you can. I hope you can see the mortal world 1,000 years from now for me." Chu Jingfeng looked at him and frowned, asking, "Why do you always encourage me not to give up hope? Yet you yourself give up easily." Guan turned around, patted his shoulder, said nothing, and walked down the mountain. Chu Jingfeng couldn't help but chase after him, asking, "Where are you going?" "If tomorrow is the end of the world, I want to be with my dearest medicinal herbs." Guan left this statement and then disappeared into the woods. Chu Jingfeng was stunned for a moment, revealing a bitter smile. Compared to him, I'm just troubling myself, Chu Jingfeng thought silently, then looked back at the horizon. At that moment, a gust of wind blew from the horizon, moving his robes and causing him to squint his eyes. The wind had risen. After circling Mystic Valley, Guan returned to the pavilion, closed the door, activated the restriction in the house, and then directed his divine sense towards Wanji Forest. He could sense spatial fluctuations inside the origin tree of ephemera. These fluctuations were very subtle. He could detect them because he felt an unfamiliar aura inside the origin tree of ephemera. Mahayana Realm. Guan had been in the Mahayana Realm for many years and was very familiar with its aura. Finally, it was coming. At that moment, Guin felt someone calling him again. He carefully sensed it. It was Sage Xianmiao again. This guy never learns a lesson. Far away in the North Sea mountain, Sage Xianmiao arrived in the forest where he had met the mountain god before. He knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing. For a long time, Sage Xianmiao couldn't remember how many kowtows he had done. When a mountain god's voice reached his ears, his body stiffened involuntarily. "Hey kid, what trouble do you want to give me now? Do you have so many treasures to offer me?" Sage Xianmiao looked up, seeing the mountain god squatting on a tree branch, tilting his head to look at him. He quickly said, "The land of the 9 dynasties is about to face a catastrophic disaster. When the people of the 9 dynasties die out and demons invade, no one will be left to worship you. Who said only humans can worship me? And who told you I only protect the human race?" Facing the mountain god's inquiry, Sage Xianmiao was stunned, suddenly not knowing how to respond. Guin said, "It's not that I can't help, but what? What do you want?" Sage Xianmiao asked urgently, his expression very excited. Guin's tone suddenly became icy. "I want you to be my slave forever, guard my Taoist temple, and never gain freedom." Upon hearing this, Sage Xianmiao's face changed dramatically, falling into silence. Guin had come to kill the Mahayana realm cultivators of the Ephemera sect in the guise of the mountain god. Originally, he wanted to use the identity of Sword Venerable Fudao, but he feared that it would bring endless karma to the supreme sect, so he decided to act as the mountain god. After all, this time was different. The cultivation level of that Mahayana realm cultivator was already approaching the 9 layers of the Mahayana realm, with an immense aura that was far beyond what Guin's previous opponents could match. Killing such a powerful adversary would have significant repercussions. The mountain god was ethereal and enigmatic. Even if the Ephemera sect had backing, they would have to think twice. Guin didn't want to get caught in an endless cycle of trouble. Sword Venerable Fudao protected the supreme sect, while the mountain god guarded the 9 dynasties. And accepting Sage Xianmiao as a servant was both to punish him and to have him help create a medicine garden. Sage Xianmiao had the second best talent on the golden list, and his strength was sufficient to guard the medicine garden. After a moment of struggle, Sage Xianmiao gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I willingly become a slave to the mountain god, as long as the mountain god saves all living beings." Guin waved his sleeve, and a wooden figurine fell into Sage Xianmiao's hands. This wooden figurine was carved to resemble Gu in the guise of the mountain god. Sage Xianmiao picked it up, looking at it, and found Guin had vanished. "Take it to save all living beings." Guin's voice echoed in the forest, and Sage Xianmiao's cultivation began to restore, bringing a look of joy to his face. Path of Returning Primordial Spirit. Unleash. Sage Xianmiao immediately got up and rushed toward Wanji Forest at full speed, bursting into the speed of the divinity transformation realm, disappearing on the horizon in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions erupted from all directions around the Mahayana array. 7 of the Ephemera sect stood before the origin tree of Ephemera, standing shoulder to shoulder, half kneeling in the air. Following their gaze, a black crack appeared on the forehead of the human face on the Ephemera tree, with black flames surging, as if something terrifying was about to step out. Looking down at the feet of the captives on the ground, the runic marks emitted a blood-red light, densely packed, forming a beautiful yet tragic array of light. The Mahayana array was activating. The formation's terrifying pressure stimulated the hearts of the 9 dynasties' cultivators on the edge of Wanji Forest. The cultivators of the 9 dynasties had gone mad, charging forward relentlessly, with cultivators falling to death every moment. Lu Lingjun fought fiercely, but she could never break through the defensive line formed by dozens of Mystic Heart Realm great cultivators. The heavens darkened, thunderclouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder roared, as if the heavens themselves were weeping. A giant claw suddenly stretched out from the thunderclouds, grasping the branches of the origin tree of ephemera, trying to uproot it. The tree trembled violently in response. Insolence! The seven of the ephemera sect shouted in unison, attacking together. Their divine skills exploded, forcing the giant claw back. Immediately afterward, a colossal red snake descended from the sky. This red snake had double claws and a human-like face. From a distance, it looked like a woman's face covered in rouge, with disheveled hair, appearing terrifying in the darkened world. The snake's body was hundreds of feet thick, and its length unknown. It's Artachian's divine beast, Chun's snake. A cultivator shouted in surprise, greatly boosting the morale of the 9 Dynasties cultivators. Chun's snake's aura was ancient and vast, far exceeding the usual mystic heart realm. Its appearance brought strong hope to the 9 Dynasties. Chun's snake opened its bloody mouth, spewing molten lava like a torrent, sweeping towards the ephemera tree. At that moment, a blood-red light shot out from the black crack on the forehead of the human face on the ephemera tree, overpowering the rolling lava, crossing hundreds of miles, piercing through Chun's snake's throat. Scalding blood sprayed, echoing like the roar of an elephant throughout the heavens. Chun's snake fell, raising thousands of feet of dust, causing the ground to shake violently. An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing the mystic heart realm, enveloped the entire Taichun dynasty. An ancient species dares to call itself a divine beast. Butcher Immortal Jing's icy voice resounded, filled with murderous intent, as if it came from the demon god of 9 Nether. Anyone who heard his voice felt their hearts turn cold. Lu Lingjun, who was fighting, turned to look and was shocked, her eyes full of disbelief. Facing this pressure, her spiritual power felt suppressed. The other side's level was undoubtedly higher than the mystic heart realm. The ephemera sect's Immortal has descended. Why do you still not kneel, waiting to receive the favor of the ephemera Immortal? An ephemera sect great cultivator laughed maniacally. The mystic heart realm great cultivators from the 9 Dynasties paid no heed to his provocation. They all looked at the origin tree of ephemera in terror. Chapter 146 Heaven opens its eyes. The power of heaven and earth. What realm is this? Under the thundering clouds, LV Batian stood on his magic artifact, filled with fear as he gazed at the origin tree of ephemera, murmuring to himself. Even he, at the 9th layer of the unification realm, felt this way, not to mention those with a lower cultivation level. The supreme sect discipled below felt as if they were being crushed by 1,000 weights. They began to descend, forcing their formation to break. Were we facing impossible? Impossible. Could the ephemera sect truly have an immortal? What should we do? Is there really no hope? We still have the sword Venerable Fudao. If he arrives, there might be a glimmer of hope. While the disciples of the supreme sect clung to a sliver of hope, the other sect had plunged into utter despair. Taoist Tianshu from the 3 Pure Ones mountain stared at the origin tree of ephemera, his face pale. No matter how he calculated, he couldn't see any chance of hope. No escape from this calamity. Taoist Tianshu murmured to himself, the righteous aura around him beginning to dissipate. As the terrifying aura of Butcher Immortal Jing enveloped the Taichun dynasty, the morale of the cultivators of the 9 Dynasties instantly collapsed. Yet some refused to give up. Great cultivators of the mystic heart realm from the Songtian sect continued to fight with their lives, displaying the leadership spirit of the 9 Dynasties alliance hierarch. And Hao and Wu Ju sped through the air. Their cultivation levels were low, and, at the moment, no one stopped them. They swiftly flew into the Wanji forest, intending to rescue those who had become sacrifices. However, as soon as they landed, strands of bloody aura quickly entangled their feet. Before they could react, the runes beneath them burst forth with dazzling bloodlight, spreading rapidly and sweeping across the Taichin dynasty at an astonishing speed. Every living being within the dynasty's borders, including the great cultivators in the air, was immobilized. Even those great cultivators of the mystic heart realm were suppressed. Though they could still move, their actions were as slow as drifting leaves, making those who wanted to escape feel utterly hopeless. They suddenly felt that the Taichun dynasty was boundless. On a cliff, Li Xiandao, LV Xian, Iluyun, and a group of imposing cultivators were all pinned where they stood. "What is this?" A cultivator looked at the mysterious bloodline wrapping around his legs, shouting in terror. He tried to struggle, but couldn't break free. What made him most desperate was the realization that his control over his own body was slipping away. LV Xian lowered his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. Li Xiandao gazed into the distance, his expression calm, as if he did not fear this disaster at all. This is the Mahayana array, which requires the power of a Mahayana realm cultivator to activate. Do you know what the Mahayana realm is? Butcher Immortal Jing's voice rang out, chilling the heavens and earth. Li Zuando's eyes began to flicker upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Lu Lingjun was in the air, similarly ensnared by the mysterious bloodlines that had appeared out of nowhere and were impossible to defend against. Beneath her, the white spirit demon emperor wailed, "We're doomed." Lu Lingjun looked at the origin tree of ephemera and saw a figure stepping out from the black fissure within the tree. It was Butcher Immortal Jing. His black robe flared violently, the cuffs and hems tattered, making his attire resemble black flames. His face, pale as death, broke into a sinister smile, looking down upon the world below. Two vivid marks of evil ghosts on his forehead seemed ready to leap out. Rumble. The ground trembled fiercely, and a blood-colored barrier rose from the Wanji forest, making the sparse trees seem like insignificant weeds. More and more cultivators of the ephemera sect descended, kneeling on the ground, zealously gazing at him. Sword Venerable Fu Dao of the Supreme Sect, why don't you show yourself? Taoist of immortality from the Three Pure Ones Mountain, where are you chanting your scriptures? Didn't someone from the Tsangtian sect boast that it wouldn't be difficult to flatten the ephemera sect? Why don't you show yourself? If you don't come, millions of lives will be cast into the six paths, aiding me in becoming immortal. Butcher Immortal Jing's voice echoed again and again, extinguishing the hope in the hearts of the 9 dynasties cultivators. More and more people fell into despair. In his blood-red eyes, the reflection of ephemeral flowers appeared as the human face on the origin tree of ephemera opened its mouth, spitting out a giant ephemeral flower that flew to his feet, carrying him upward. As he ascended, everyone within the Taichan dynasty felt their vitality being drained, further deepening their despair. Far in the Mystic Valley, Guan felt a chill in his heart. This guy's aura is so strong. It feels like his realm is almost comparable to the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm. Fortunately, I broke through ahead of time, and even to the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm. Guan locked his divine sense on his sage Xian Miao. With Gu ANS mana enhancing him, sage Xian Miao's speed far surpassed before, and he was already nearing the Taichin dynasty. Sage Xian Miao also heard Butcher Immortal Jing's voice, feeling an urgency Head never felt before. He had never thought his speed could be so slow. Mountain God, it's too late. Sage Xian Miao roared in his heart, tightly gripping the mountain god's wooden figure, his arm trembling. If it's too late, then throw it out. Gu ANS voice reached his ears. Upon hearing this, he immediately hurled the wooden figure forward. As soon as the figure left his hand, it burst forth with terrifying speed, transforming into a streak of cyan light that charged towards the Wanji forest with unstoppable force. Almost instantly, Butcher Immortal Jing sensed something, turning his head towards the horizon. Lu Lingjun was directly in Butcher Immortal Jing's line of sight, and feeling his gaze, her heart trembled. Under her were the white spirit demon emperor, who was shaking even more. In a trance, Lu Lingjun seemed to sense something, subconsciously turning her head. Time seemed to freeze as she caught sight of a streak of cyan light. Within the cyan light, she vaguely saw a small figure. And Hao, struggling desperately, turned his head and saw the cyan light speeding over, passing above his head in inconceivable speed. On the cliff, Li Xiandao watched as the cyan light streaked across the horizon, his vision blurring. In the desperate eyes of the countless sacrifices, a streak of cyan light pierced through the darkened sky, bringing light into their view. Butcher Immortal Jing's reaction surpassed everyone in the Taichen dynasty. He raised his hand to block, forming a black light with terrifying spiritual power to intercept the cyan streak. His face changed slightly, and he coldly said, "Mayana Realm, who are you?" Within the cyan light, the small wooden figure turned, facing Butcher Immortal Jing. The small wooden figure raised its hand, pointing at Butcher Immortal Jing. Butcher Immortal Jing's eyes narrowed as he suddenly clenched his right fist, forming a demonic claw of terrifying black light, aiming to crush the small wooden figure. Bang! A massive beam of cyan light suddenly emerged from behind the small wooden figure, engulfing Butcher Immortal Jing at an unimaginable speed. Too fast. Standing at the peak of the Mayana realm, Butcher Immortal Jing couldn't even react. The towering origin tree of ephemera was instantly pierced by the cyan beam, its body rapidly turning to ash, dispersing the thunderclouds in the sky. The bright sky suddenly burst into view, causing countless people to subconsciously close their eyes. The cyan light around the small wooden figure dissipated. Silence fell over the world. Great cultivators of the 9 dynasties and the ephemera sect stared in shock at the diminishing body of the origin tree of ephemera, their minds blank. The small wooden figure turned, its body trembling slightly. In an instant, the sound of thunder exploded. The ground shattered, countless trees shot up, rushing towards the cultivators of the ephemera sect with mad speed. The great cultivators of the Mystic Heart realm instinctively tried to flee, but were swiftly entangled by the trees. Beyond the Mayana array, endless trees rose, forming walls on all sides. The ephemera sect cultivators within the formation saw their faces change dramatically, leaping up to try to escape over the walls, but were immediately entangled by vines and pulled into the trees. "No, what is this? Who? Sect Hierarch, save me, spare me, spare me." Countless screams and cries erupted, plunging the earth into despair. The 9 dynasties cultivators scrambled to dodge, but soon realized that the vines and trees bypassed them, targeting only the ephemera sect cultivators. Taoist Tianshu of the 3 Pure Ones mountain hovered in the sky, overlooking the earth. Dust rose like an ocean, boundless, as if covering the entire mortal world. The trees twisted like azure dragons, mysterious and grand, shattering this mystic heart realm great cultivator's perception and cognition. He could not imagine such mighty power. It was as if heaven and earth were punishing the ephemera sect. Not only him, but all the great cultivators of the 9 dynasties were watching this shocking sight. No matter how high they flew, they could not see the end of the sea of trees. The entire land was engulfed in a sea of dust, with countless trees growing rampant. Lu Lingjun stared dumbfounded at the scene, unable to believe her eyes. The power of heaven and earth. Heaven has opened its eyes. The white spirit demon emperor cried out in excitement, the bloodlines on its body beginning to dissipate. It regained control of its demon body. On a mountain top in the North Sea Mountain, Guan stood on the cliff, facing the wind, displaying the majesty of an immortal. The wooden figure given to sage Xian Miao was merely a decoy to make Butcher Immortal Jing believe that the approaching entity was only a Mahayana realm cultivator. Guan used the mana on the wooden figure to lock onto Butcher Immortal Jing from a distance. then used his full power to kill Butcher, Immortal Jing. Mentally intense, but the process was brief. A series of prompts flashed before Gu An's eyes as he shifted his right foot slightly. Within 10,000 li of the Taichan dynasty, the vast sea of trees came to a halt, each tree spine shaking the eyes of all living beings. Guin turned, the wind lifting his black hair, and he walked into the forest, disappearing into the darkness as if he had never appeared. Meanwhile, Sage Xian Miao was still rushing towards the Taichan dynasty. When he reached its border, his speed began to slow. Staring at the towering, curving trees before him, he was struck with awe. Could this be the power of the mountain god? Sage Xian Miao descended slowly, landing on a cliff, standing as Guan had done before, the wind blowing against him. Unlike Gu An's calm, his face was filled with shock. His eyes showed a mixture of surprise and reverence. Suddenly, he felt a deep sense of fear. He had been so rude to the mountain god, yet the mountain god had shown him mercy. The stark contrast between the modest mountain god and the magnificent spectacle before him overwhelmed his heart. He slowly knelt down, his knees mere inches from the cliff edge. To serve for a lifetime, it turns out to be my honor. Chapter 147 Mountain God Legend. Establishing temples everywhere under the sunlight, the vast dust waves between heaven and earth lingered for a long time. The hierarchs of the 9 dynasties sects gathered together, standing on the massive tree roots, looking at the surrounding scene, speechless. LV Batian was also the same. Even though the high-level members of the Ephemeris sect had been dead for a while, the shock in his heart had yet to dissipate. They had battled for so long without breaking through the Ephemeris sect's defenses, but in mere moments, the hierarch and the great cultivators of the Mystic Heart realm were all dead. What on earth had happened? Those standing at the top of the 9 dynasties' immortal cultivation world all felt complex and uneasy at that moment. Surviving this catastrophe brought them joy, but upon calming down, they felt fear. If the mysterious power that annihilated the Ephemeris sect so easily could destroy them, just as effortlessly, that Songtian sect leader, Liang Songhai, looked at Taoist Tianshu of the 3 Pure Ones Mountain and asked, Taoist friend Tianshu, do you know what power this is? Everyone looked at Taoist Tianshu, their eyes filled with hope. Being the oldest sect among the 9 dynasties, 3 Pure Ones Mountain's understanding of the world far surpassed theirs. Taoist Tianchu's expression was complex. He took a deep breath and said, Poor Taoist also does not know what existence acted, but perhaps heaven and earth are punishing the Ephemeris sect. Heaven and earth? The faces of the hierarchs changed unpredictably. The sect leader of the Jueshan sect from the Taizong dynasty, Zhong Wujin, looked into the distance and sighed. If heaven and earth have a spirit, why did it wait for so many deaths before acting? Looking in the direction of his gaze, the disciples of various sects were escorting captives turned sacrificial victims. Their figures were as numerous as the stars, yet appeared so insignificant amidst the sea of trees. No one answered Zhong Wujin's question. This battle shattered their pride. Having witnessed such terrifying power, they realized that the unification realm was nothing, and the Mystic Heart realm was merely slightly stronger ants. The great cultivators of the Mystic Heart realm from the Ephemeris sect died without any resistance. They could never forget the despair on those cultivators' faces before they died. It was the mountain god. The mountain god acted. A voice rang out, causing everyone to turn their heads, only to see Sage Xian Miao quickly flying over. LV Batian recognized this person, the second on the golden list, the only one who forced and how to go all out. Sage Xian Miao flew swiftly and landed in front of Taoist Tianshu, raising his hand in salute. An old Taoist from 3 Pure Ones Mountain quickly asked, Xian Miao, which mountain god? What do you know? Sage Xian Miao took a deep breath and looked at the hierarchs, saying, The one who annihilated the Ephemeris sect was the mountain god. The mountain god hides deep in the mountains, hard to trace. I was fortunate to have encountered it. Earlier, the mountain god gave me a wooden figure, telling me to use it to save the world. All of this was caused by that wooden figure. As he spoke of this, his face was full of reverence. The hierarchs all started questioning, making the area noisy. Liang Songhai seemed to recall something and immediately waved his hand towards the distance. Soon, a cultivator flew over, holding a wooden figure. Liang Songhai summoned the wooden figure from a distance, grasped it, and then asked Sage Xian Miao, "Friend, is this the wooden figure?" Sage Xian Miao immediately nodded, saying, "This is the mountain god's wooden effigy. Do not offend it." Everyone's attention fell on the wooden figure in Liang Kanghai's hand, making him feel it was scorching hot. Some still doubted Sage Xian Miao's words. Then Taoist Tianshu suddenly cast a spell, immobilizing Sage Xian Miao, and waved his horsetail whisk across his forehead, drawing out a vision. Everyone saw Sage Xian Miao kneeling in the woods. Before him on a branch squatted a little white-clothed figure. Seeing this white-clothed figure, Liang Songhai was so frightened that he dropped the wooden figure. Identical. This mountain god was so small, yet made the people present believe it indeed was the mountain god. The Nine Dynasties' land is about to face utter disaster. Once all the people of the Nine Dynasties die and demons invade, no one will be left to worship you. Who said only humans can worship me? And who told you I only protect the human race? If you want me to act, it's not impossible, but what? What do you want? I want you to be my slave for all eternity, to serve my shrine, to guard it forever, never to be free. Listening to the mountain god's words, everyone's spine tingled with cold. The previous conversation left them puzzled about the mountain god's intentions, but the last words made them feel the mountain god's terrifying, unpredictable nature. Trading with immortals and gods came with a heavy price. In the tense weight of everyone. In the vision, Sage Xian Miao looked up and said words that shocked everyone's hearts. "All right, I willingly become the mountain god's slave. Just ask the mountain god to save the world. Take it and save the world." The mountain god threw Sage Xian Miao a wooden figure. Then Sage Xian Miao stood up, saluted, and left with the figure. The vision abruptly ended here. Taoist Tiantius' expression changed slightly, suddenly spewing a mouthful of reverse blood, his face turning pale. Sage Xian Miao regained his movement and frowned at Taoist Tianshu. The other hierarchs looked at Sage Xian Miao with complex expressions. Sage Xian Miao's spirit of sacrificing himself for the people made them deeply admire him, truly worthy of being the sole disciple of the Taiching lineage from the Three Pure Ones mountain. Knowing the mountain god's existence made them feel relieved. Compared to the so-called power of heaven and earth, the mountain god was more reassuring. Moreover, from the mountain god's words, it seemed he didn't care much about the mortal world. The mountain god cannot be inferred or speculated. Supported by his fellow disciples, Taoist Tianshu said these words. Liang Songhai took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, we must not offend the mountain god to avoid bringing great disaster to the Nine Dynasties' land, but we must also remember the mountain god's merit. Everyone should recall the mountain god's image, and after returning, erect statues and shrines in their sects, and spread the mountain god's virtue across the land." These words were immediately agreed upon by all the hierarchs. Sage Xian Miao walked up to Liang Songhai and grasped the wooden figure that floated in the air. He turned to the people of the Three Pure Ones mountain, raised his hand in salute, and said, "Elders and uncles, tell my master after you return that I am no longer the Taiching heir of the Three Pure Ones mountain, and I will not be returning. Please forgive my waywardness." Taoist Tianshu and the other Taoists of the Three Pure Ones mountain all sighed, but did not stop him. A person without faith cannot stand. Serving the mountain god may not necessarily be a punishment. Xian Miao, no matter what happens in the Three Pure Ones mountain in the future, You must not disobey the mountain god's will, understand? Taoist Tianshu said earnestly. Sage Xian Miao nodded, then turned and left. Some of the hierarchs' eyes flashed with hesitation about whether to send someone to follow Sage Xian Miao, but looking at the terrifying scene around them, they ultimately gave up. At least for now, it's better not to provoke the mountain god. In the distance, Lu Lingjun stood on a giant tree. The white spirit demon emperor shrunk and coiled on her shoulder. Mountain god, as expected of the great heavenly spirit land, there truly are immortals, the white spirit demon emperor said excitedly. They had seen the hierarchs' discussion from afar and even saw the vision that Taoist Tianshu projected. Not only them, but the mystic heart realm cultivators of various sects were also watching and had witnessed the previous scenes. The existence of the mountain god shook the understanding of the mystic heart realm cultivators. Lu Lingjun was recalling the little white-clothed figure in the vision. In a mystic valley, within a pavilion, Guan was in a pleasant mood. This intervention had earned him 1,270,000 years of lifespan. Among them, Butcher Immortal Jing of the Mahayana realm 9th layer brought 649 years of lifespan, and the origin tree of ephemera of the 8th rank brought 7,500 years of lifespan. The other cultivators of the ephemera sect brought him only a few decades of lifespan, with most of the mystic heart realm cultivators providing less than 40 years. This time, he killed nearly 30,000 ephemera sect cultivators, not all of them, but definitely the elite. After this battle, the ephemera sect would surely dissolve. He had killed as many as 72 mystic heart realm cultivators. Guan looked at his total lifespan, now exceeding 3,300,000 years, feeling even happier. He immediately took out the green hero travelogue, ready to cultivate his mind. After the fall of the ephemera sect, there should be peace for decades to come. He wondered if he could break through 10 million years of lifespan before the great demon calamity arrived. The battle report from Wanji Forest had yet to reach the Supreme Sect, which remained in a tense atmosphere. It was not until nightfall that Guan began to move, going out to pick ephemera. Just like before, these ephemera only provided a year of lifespan, but he did not disdain them at all. 3 days later, the Supreme Sect was in shock. The destruction of the ephemera sect had spread throughout the immortal cultivation world. At noon, Yilan came to visit Guan, telling him about the great battle in the Wanji Forest. As a disciple of the law enforcement hall, she had more comprehensive information. She also mentioned the mountain god. The mountain god's power is truly world-ending and unimaginable. The ephemera sect was strong, but the mountain god destroyed them in an instant. The mountain god is so powerful. I would believe it if told he was an immortal from heaven, Yilan said excitedly, not as composed as usual. For cultivators, the existence of the mountain god was thrilling news. There were indeed immortals in the world. Guan feigned excitement, eagerly questioning her, satisfying Yilan's desire to share. Guan had already mentally prepared for the spread of the mountain god's legend by Sage Xian Miao. Sage Xian Miao would hide his whereabouts, but boast about the mountain god to everyone. Earlier, Guan had sensed when Taoist Tianshu extracted Sage Xian Miao's memories. This was the ability of the immortal path. He had used his divine sense to strike Taoist Tianshu from afar, a small warning to the hierarchs. Taoist Tianshu hadn't realized it was a divine sense attack, believing he had suffered a backlash, making him more reverent towards a mountain god. After talking for 2 ancient hours, Yilan finally left. Her fighting spirit had been rekindled. If there was a mountain god in this world, what else could be impossible? Guan had still underestimated the influence of the mountain god. Over the next period, every time Guan went to the outer city, he could hear people talking about the mountain god. The outer city had already built a mountain god Taoist temple where people burned incense and prayed, making it very lively. At the same time, the 9 Dynasties sects were purging the world of ephemera. Within less than a month, 90% of the ephemera across the land had vanished, with the remaining sparsely distributed. Guin couldn't be bothered to collect more. Even so, his harvest was still massive. Chapter 148, Exploding Lifespan Within a Month. Thanks to the ephemera, Guin reaped 7 million years of lifespan. Most of this was harvested in the first half of the month. As time went on, it became increasingly difficult to seize lifespans. More ephemera withered directly after he picked them, which intrigued him. It was as if some force was drawing away the vitality of these ephemera prematurely. Although he did not know the reason, Guin felt satisfied. Thanks to the ephemera sect, he saved 20 years of effort, extending his life to 39 million years. After the fall of the ephemera sect, the lands of the 9 dynasties erupted in celebration. Various versions of the story spread among the people. The ephemera sect became known as the most terrifying sect in the world, while the mountain god became a revered faith among the folk. On this day, in a forest in the North Sea mountain range, sage Xian Miao knelt on the ground, his expression devout. Suddenly, he heard a voice and showed a look of joy, then walked in another direction. After 2 hours, sage Xian Miao stopped. He stood on a hillside, gazing out at the sparkling North Sea. "Build a temple for me here, and open up a medicine field to plant herbs for me." Guin's voice sounded in sage Xian Miao's ear. Sage Xian Miao immediately agreed. He was very excited about the life of serving to come. Just like that, a day and a night passed. At dawn, Guin appeared as a little figure dressed in white on sage Xian Miao's shoulder. Sage Xian Miao was meditating on the steps in front of the temple, eyes closed in cultivation. Guin surveyed the temple that sage Xian Miao had built. It was decent, not magnificent, but not shabby either. The courtyard walls were made of stone, as was the temple, with redwood beams and pillars and red tiles lining the eaves. Nestled in the forest halfway up the mountain, it appeared faintly visible. A great cauldron in the courtyard burned incense, with wisps of smoke curling upwards, giving it the feel of an immortal's abode. Overall, sage Xian Miao had put in a lot of effort, successfully pleasing him. Guin said, "The inscription on the plaque is not good. Mountain God Temple is too generic. There may be other mountain gods besides me in this world." Sage Xian Miao's eyes snapped open, and he instinctively turned to look, seeing the mountain god standing on his shoulder. His body instantly stiffened, not daring to move. He cautiously asked, "May I ask for your deity's name?" "I haven't decided yet." Guin jumped off sage Xian Miao's shoulder and walked into the courtyard. Sage Xian Miao quickly stood up to follow, curiously asking, "What do you mean by not decided? Don't you have a divine group behind you, like the heavenly court in Investiture of the Gods?" "Investiture of the Gods? What is that?" Sage Xian Miao briefly explained the Investiture of the Gods, speaking of it with reverence. After listening, Guin snorted disdainfully. "Mere mortals dare to speculate about deities? I do not know if there is a heavenly court in the world, but I have never seen other deities since my birth." "Then how are you? You want to ask why I dare to call myself a mountain god?" Dare not, dare not. I don't mean that deities are not just about status. It is also a certain realm. Cultivate well, and perhaps one day you, too, can achieve it." Guin's words made sage Xian Miao's heart burn with excitement. He also wanted to be as powerful as the mountain god. Seeing that the mountain god was in a good mood, he began to inquire about the medicine field. "Plant whatever you wish, and I will come a harvest and send these herbs to rebirth," Guin answered casually, making sage Xian Miao revere him all the more. He had never heard that plants also needed to be reborn. The mountain god's broad-mindedness was indeed beyond his imagination. After instructing sage Xian Miao on a few things, Guin disappeared into thin air. He said he was going to sleep in the ground and to not disturb him unless necessary. Sleeping in the ground? Sage Xian Miao gained a new understanding. 2 months after the fall of the ephemera sect, great cultivators of the Supreme Sect returned with their disciples one after another. Their return also brought back many inside stories, once again spreading the legend of the mountain god in the Supreme Sect. Lu Lingjun also returned. She was listed in the Hall of Elders by L.V. Baitian, her status soaring. L.V. Baitian originally wanted to transfer her out of the Third Medicine Valley, but this time she refused. From now on, I will cultivate in the Third Medicine Valley, continuing to protect you. However, don't expect me to be at your beck and call. If you can offer some herbs during normal times, I can do some things for you, Lu Lingjun said leisurely, sitting opposite Guan in the pavilion. Such an attitude. Really pretending. Guan laughed, saying, "It's not impossible to give you herbs. Actually, you can buy seeds, and I'll help you plant them. The yield will be all yours. It's a simple matter for me. With you guarding the Third Medicine Valley, I can be at ease." Lu Lingjun, hearing this, thought it was reasonable and said, "Indeed, in a couple of days, they'll go to the main city of the sect. The seeds and ranks there are higher." Then, she began to recount the fierce battle in the Wanji forest she experienced firsthand. She held great respect for the mountain god. As an ascender, deities had greater significance in her heart. Listening to her reverence for the mountain god, Guan secretly felt pleased. Guan didn't let his emotions show, occasionally expressing amazement. Once she finished speaking, Guan lamented, "The realm of the mountain god is truly unimaginable. I wonder if mortals can reach such a realm in their lifetime." Lu Lingjun seriously said, "Perhaps it is very difficult, but since we have embarked on the path of immortal cultivation, we must strive for this goal, even if we die without regret." Guan noticed that her lifespan had reached its limit, which is 3,700 years. She still had nearly 1,700 years left. He wondered if she could defy the heavens and reach the nirvana realm in the remaining years. For now, he had no intention of teaching her the primordial reincarnation skill. His relationship with Lu Lingjun hadn't reached that level yet. He would observe her next actions first. If she pleased him, he might give her a hand. If she treated him poorly, she could forget about it. An hour later, Lu Lingjun stood up to leave. Before departing, she reminded him, "Don't pay attention to those worthless books. If you have time, write another investiture of the gods. I want to see what happened to those people after they became deities." "Worthless books? You don't understand at all." Guan glared at Lu Lingjun's back. After she closed the door, he took out the Supreme Secret Records. This was the last volume of the Supreme Secret Records. After reading it, he planned to burn it. He opened the first page and began to savor it. Xinjiang's writing style had changed. The final volume had a melancholic tone, unlike the previous boldness. "Nice, I like it." As a melancholic person himself, Guan decided not to burn the Supreme Secret Records. Watching the male protagonist and his soulmate expressing their feelings during a farewell, releasing years of emotional conflict. Next came the illustrations Guan usually despised. He decided to take a careful look to see if Xinjiang's drawing skills had any flaws. As the new year arrived, Guan participated in the spring festival celebrations in the Third Medicine Valley and the Mystic Valley. Late at night, he arrived at Nianshu Cave in the Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. He brought fine wine and delicacies to Tianyao, intending to celebrate the festival together. Apart from tending to the herbs, Tianyao spent her time cultivating. Life was quite dull, so every time Guan visited, he would bring her various delicacies. This was Tianyao's first time drinking wine. She held the jar and was choked by the first sip. This was spiritual wine. Even core formation cultivators would get drunk if they drank too much. Although intoxicated, this wine could boost cultivation, making it an excellent aid for cultivation. Tianyao's delicate face turned visibly red, and Guan reminded her, "If you can't handle it, don't rush. Save it for later. You'll get used to it after a few drinks." A demon getting flushed from drinking wine? This was unexpected for Guan. Tianyao shook her head and said, "I can drink. Why wouldn't I be able to drink?" She saw Guan finish a bowl of spiritual wine and naturally didn't want to admit defeat. Moreover, despite the heat it induced, she found the sensation quite pleasant and wanted to drink more. Guin was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something. He stood up, saying, "You eat some meat first. He'll be back." As his words fell, he disappeared from where he stood. Tian Yaoer picked up the wine jar again, licked her lips, and took another sip. This time, she forced herself to endure the nasal sting and continued drinking. Under the dark night, amidst the continuous mountains, a rising and falling ridge appeared. On closer inspection, it turned out to be a giant snake with human features and legs. It was Chun's snake, who had previously appeared in the Wanji forest. Chun's snake was covered in blood, its breath weak, and its breathing sounded like muffled thunder. Around it, demon fog churned, with faint ghostly shadows approaching. Chun's snake's lively eyes were extremely fatigued, ready to close at any moment. Such powerful chi blood, an ancient species. A chilling laughter sounded, startling Chun's snake. It opened its eyes to see a figure floating above the demon fog in the distance. It was an old woman in a black robe, with 2 horns on her head and a pair of wings on her back. The black fur on her cheeks made her appear even more terrifying. The Heaven Phoenix demon mother gazed at Chun's snake with eyes full of greed. Chun's snake moved slightly but could not get up. The Heaven Phoenix demon mother began to approach Chun's snake, black demon energy swirling around her like 2 black dragons, encircling Chun's snake's huge body. "If you don't want to die, turn and leave now." A voice came from Chun's snake's direction. The Heaven Phoenix demon mother stopped and squinted to see a little figure in white standing on Chun's snake's forehead, wearing a mask. The Heaven Phoenix demon mother sneered. "Who are you? Don't you know who I am?" Guin heard this, was about to answer, but then thought it was bothersome. So he waved his sleeve, and terrifying mana surged toward the Heaven Phoenix demon mother, instantly turning her to ashes. You successfully seized 203 years of lifespan from the Heaven Phoenix demon mother. Unification realm, 9 layers. The demon king that Tian Yaoer feared the most died under Gu Ain's hand, without any resistance. Chun's snake struggled to keep its eyes open and spoke weakly, Are you the mountain god?" Its voice was androgynous, barely audible. That day, during the Ephemeris sect battle, it was injured and saw the wooden figure. The wooden figure looked a lot like Guin now. Guin spoke, "Since you have saved lives, I will save you this once." He took out a bottle of elixirs he had already refined and poured them into Chun's snake's mouth. Chun's snake was seriously wounded and poisoned by the origin tree of Ephemera's ephemera poison, which could only be cured by the ephemera elixir made from ephemera. Mountain god, someone, has inherited the Ephemeris sect's power, Chun's snake said weakly. Its snake eyes glowed, revealing a figure. Guin focused his eyes, and his expression under the mask turned peculiar. How could it be him? Chapter 149, Unify the Universe. Conquer the demons together. Li Xiandao. How did this guy inherit the power of the Ephemeris sect? Guin asked. Inherit power? What kind of power does the Ephemeris sect have to inherit? Chun's snake answered with difficulty. The ephemera flowers spread all over the world, absorb spiritual energy for the spirit of ephemera, which is also an ancient species. It can absorb the spiritual energy of the world through the ephemera flowers. Once it is merged with a living being, all the ephemera flowers will lose their vitality, leaving only the husks. The figure in its eyes was Li Xiandao, whose true form was revealed. Li Xiandao seemed to be communicating with someone, but no sound came out. Guin asked, "Are your injuries due to trying to stop him?" "That's right. He has the support of the Mystic Heart realm behind him, but he didn't kill me," Chun's snake replied. Guin asked, "Do you want me to kill him?" "If possible, it's best to cripple his cultivation level. The spirit of ephemera is ultimately an ominous entity. Then you should take good care of your injuries, and one day remove him yourself. Your poison will soon be gone." Guin replied casually, regardless of truth, How could he possibly listen to Chun Snake's words and cripple someone just like that? Chun Snake remained silent for a moment, then said, "I was being presumptuous." Guin then disappeared from its forehead. Chun Snake also possessed Mystic Heart Realm cultivation. Once the poison was removed, even the demons of the Heavenly Phoenix Mountain couldn't do anything to it. Sensing Guin's disappearance, Chun Snake closed its eyes, and its breathing began to weaken. On the other side, Guin returned to the Ninshu cave and was surprised to find Tian Yaoer, already drunk, lying on the table. He picked up the jar and found it completely empty. This girl, Guin smiled helplessly, picked up Tian Yaoer, and walked towards the room. Master, help me. Kill the demon mother. Avenge my parents," Tian Yaoer mumbled as she clung to Guin's neck, her hot breath landing on his neck. Guin didn't tell her that the Heaven Phoenix demon mother was already dead. With a target of hatred, she would work even harder in her cultivation. The next day at noon, Guin came to Tianyao Valley. Last night, he had used divine sense to capture the Li Xiandao had returned to Tianyao Valley. From afar, Guin saw Li Zuando's figure. He was sitting at a stone table under a tree, holding a book in one hand. Li Xiandao, Void Crossing Realm 7th Layer 271/1599/6050. Void Crossing Realm 7th Layer. His cultivation level had increased again. The most crucial thing was that his extreme lifespan had doubled. Guin remembered that his extreme lifespan was just over 3,000 years. Is the spirit of ephemera so powerful? Guin suddenly felt that Li Xiandao was truly remarkable. Those with higher extreme lifespans than him didn't cultivate as quickly as he did. Even in Hao's cultivation speed might not be as quick as his. The most critical factor was that no one knew Li Zuando's true cultivation level. He had cultivated a special miracle skill, and his apparent cultivation level was now at the Core Formation Realm 1st Layer. Disguising Void Crossing Realm 7th Layer as Core Formation Realm 1st Layer. How crafty, Guin thought as he walked towards Li Xiandao. "Greetings, uncle." Guin came before Li Xiandao and saluted. Li Xiandao put down the investiture of the gods in his hand and smiled. "Guin, you finally came. I have prepared a superior golden elixir for you." The original owner of this golden elixir was a first-rate genius. When your cultivation level reaches the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment Realm, you'll have a great cultivator help you achieve the Core Formation Realm. Upon hearing this, Guin quickly thanked him. Li Xiandao motioned for him to sit down and continued talking. "Recently, I have been studying the investiture of the gods again and have gained many insights. What do you think would have happened if King Zhou had befriended the Chan sect from the beginning?" Guin replied, "There are no what-ifs. Different natures lead to different choices. Many things are destined to happen. King Zhou was tyrannical, and the Chan sect might not have approved of his ways." Li Xiandao shook his head and said, "That is too simplistic. I think the investiture of the gods carries deeper meanings." Has he become obsessed? Guin was suddenly unsure how to respond. He carefully sensed Li Zuando's aura, but did not detect any ephemera energy. He became intensely curious about Li Zuando's cultivation technique. His intuition told him that Li Zuando's technique was extremely powerful, possibly even stronger than LV Baishan's defying fate divine skill. Li Xiandao not only recruited talents everywhere, but had the support of the Mystic Heart Realm behind him. Guin was very curious about how he managed it. Did he attract noble families with benefits, or did he apprentice under a high master? It was most likely the latter. Otherwise, how could a Mystic Heart Realm great cultivator take an interest in an emperor? Li Xiandao began to speak about his understanding of the investiture of the gods, becoming more and more mysterious, and even analyzing the motives of its characters. Guin noticed that Yun and LV Xian had not returned. LV Xian previously had the remnant soul of the evil emperor of the Ephemera sect. He suspected that Li Zuando's acquisition of the spirit of ephemera was related to LV Xian. After a long conversation, Li Xiandao reluctantly ended it and then let Guan go to pick medicinal herbs. After Guan finished his tasks, he came to bid farewell to Li Xiandao. Before leaving, he curiously asked, "Uncle, what is your purpose this time?" Li Xiandao looked at his book and casually said, "I am waiting for the venerable pavilion of the supreme sect to come to me." Venerable pavilion? Guan became even more curious. Had Li Xiandao already attracted one of the three major families? He did not continue to ask. He let these people fight as long as it did not affect him. With his current cultivation level, if not invincible in the continent, at least in the 9 dynasties, no one could threaten him. His curiosity stemmed more from a spectator mentality. Standing on high, watching these people struggle, it indeed had a certain interest. After peace returned to the world, Guan's life resumed as usual. He traveled between various medicine valleys, occasionally visiting the outer sect city, chatting with friends in the city. To him, every day was interesting and not boring. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. That summer, Guan turned 79. His lifespan had broken through 5 million years, inching closer to 10 million years. The Mystic Heart realm was no longer a secret. At least in the inner sect city, there were even people discussing the stories of great cultivators in the Mystic Heart realm. That day, Guan came to the inner sect city and invited Wu Ju to a tavern for a drink. Wu Ju was very pleased with his visit. After each had drunk a jar of wine, Wu Ju said, "Brother Gu, next month, I have to leave. I probably won't come back for 10 years. Over the years, Wu Ju's extreme lifespan had not increased, possibly due to the tranquility of his days. Guan curiously asked, "Where are you going?" Wu Ju replied, "The current emperor has called for uniting the 9 dynasties and gathering the power of the world to resist the great demon calamity in decades. My master is sending me to support him." Zhou family. 5 years ago, Guan had become curious about which venerable pavilion Li Xiandao met with, so he used his divine sense to spy and discovered that the venerable pavilion was Wu Ju's master, Zhou Yu. After they met, Li Xiandao returned to the court and made a statement that shocked the world. "Unite the universe, jointly fight demons." Such arrogant words had been criticized by the Supreme Sect disciples, yet the events had defied their expectations. To everyone's surprise, the Supreme Sect sent disciples to support the dynasty, acting on behalf of Li Xiandao. This was clearly not LV Baitian's idea. Guan could sense that the atmosphere in the inner sect had become tense. It was worth noting that LV Baitian had not come to find Guan in the last 5 years. If he hadn't used his divine sense to check and confirm that LV Baitian was alive and well, in seclusion cultivating, he might have thought that LV Baitian had been forced into deviation again. "I have a disciple named Yi Yan. He joined the army many years ago. If you encounter him, please take good care of him." Guan smiled. Wu Ju patted his chest and smiled. "Of course, no problem. Your disciple is like my disciple." Guan raised his bowl, clinking it with Wu Ju's. They continued chatting, Wu Ju in high spirits, talking about his cultivation. He had gained deeper understanding of the Sunset Fist and Gale Shadowless Leg, saying he had developed stronger moves. Suddenly, Guan's gaze shifted to the stairs on the 2nd floor. He saw a person walking up. "Lord Way of the Heaven, Mystic Heart Realm 3rd Layer 3889/4500/4600. Mystic Heart Realm 3rd Layer." Guan glanced briefly before looking back, curious. Who was this person? He had lived for more than 3,800 years. In front of him, even the late ancestor Shantian would be a junior. Lord Way of the Heaven wore a blue robe and held a horsetail whisk. His beard reached below his chin, and his hair was coiled on top of his head. His aura was like the core formation realm, so he didn't attract the attention of other disciples. This kind of appearance was not uncommon in the immortal cultivation world. There were 2 people similar to him just on the inn's 2nd floor. Lord Way of the Heaven scanned around, his gaze landing on Wu Ju. He walked over and asked with a smile, "Could the 2 young friends allow this poor Taoist to join you?" Wu Ju frowned and looked at Gu, and Gu smiled. Since we are fellow disciples, how could we refuse? Taoist friend, please sit. Lord Wei of the Heaven stroked his beard with a smile and sat down. He introduced himself. This poor Taoist surname is Wei, not a disciple of the Supreme Sect, just a visitor. Today, seeing the two of you, I felt a sense of familiarity and came to disturb you. His words made Wu Ju's frown even deeper. In Wu Ju's early life, the Supreme Sect had experienced several upheavals due to spies, so he had a strong aversion to cultivators from other sections. Guan asked, "Which sect do you belong to, Brother Wei?" Lord Wei of the Heaven looked at Guan and smiled. This poor Taoist comes from the 7 Stars Spirit Realm. Have you too heard of it? Guan shook his head. Wu Ju replied unhappily. What exactly are you trying to find out? Just say it plainly and don't disturb our drinking. Lord Wei of the Heaven shook his head with a laugh. He took out a green jade from his sleeve, placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of Wu Ju. This poor Taoist sees that you have outstanding potential, a spiritual presence at the top of your skull. You are destined to join our 7-star spirit realm and wish to invite you to cultivate there. He turned to look at Guan, who also looked at him expectantly, but he just smiled and nodded, politely but awkwardly. Guan maintained a smile and didn't speak. Wu Ju huffed. 7 Stars Spirit Realm? Never heard of it. I'm not going. Lord Wei of the Heaven stroked his beard, laughing to himself without speaking, as if laughing at Wu Ju's ignorance. This attitude made Wu Ju even more unhappy. He glared at him, his hands already clenched into fists. Lord Wei of the Heaven laughed. My young friend, do you know how many people in the 9 dynasties would want to join the 7-star spirit realm? Even if it was just for a few years of cultivation, they would eagerly and desperately go. Hearing this, Guan suddenly thought of the Holy Land that Ji Xiaoyu had gone to. Could the 7-star spirit realm be the legendary Holy Land? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.